Chapter 3364. Smith. After waiting for a few years, a loud noise suddenly rang in the air, attracting Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's attention. Under the gazes of the two, a crack suddenly appeared on the huge blood cocoon that enveloped Xiao Jin. As soon as the crack appeared, the cracks on both sides of the blood cocoon began to spread. In just a blink of an eye, they covered the entire blood cocoon. Bang! As the cracks around the blood cocoon spread out like spider webs, a loud bang rang out, and the blood cocoon shattered. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian and Huan did not pay much attention to this. Their attention was focused on the blood cocoon. Inside the blood cocoon, a dark golden meatball that looked like a small hill suddenly stretched out and revealed its true appearance. A gigantic dark golden rat the size of a mountain appeared before Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's eyes. Apart from being dark gold in color, this giant rat had razor-sharp claws and two terrifying fangs protruding from its mouth. In addition, its pair of blood-red eyes made one feel fearful just by looking at it. Little Gold! Duan Ling Tian only regained his senses after a while as he looked at the giant rat's body that had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He asked instinctively, Did you succeed? Ha! Little Gold laughed heartily in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. A bright smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard Little Gold's laughter. It's done. Little Gold has succeeded. Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold's current form is no different from the 9 depths god-killing rat in my inherited memories. Huan Er's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears, further confirming Duan Ling Tian's suspicions. After devouring the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold had successfully evolved into a divine beast, the 9 depths god-killing rat. Little Gold, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to succeed. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Jin's huge body and said with a smile. At the same time, his gaze became somewhat absent-minded. The scene of him meeting Xiao Jin for the first time in the past was still vivid in his mind. At that time, Xiao Jin was still just a little thing. But now it had grown into a giant beast, and a divine beast at that. Just as Duan Ling Tian was distracted, a dark golden light flashed around Xiao Jin's huge body and disappeared without a trace. She was replaced by a little girl in golden clothes, who looked like she was carved from jade. She was Little Gold, who had changed her appearance after entering the purgatory battlefield. Big Brother Ling Tian, when are we leaving this purgatory battlefield? I can't wait to return to the Wanshou heaven and look for Little Black and Little White in the dragons. As Xiao Jin spoke, his eyes sparkled. He was still a little excited. What? Do you want to show off your current divine beast form in front of them? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Ha. Having been seen through by Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Jin smiled awkwardly. In the purgatory battlefield. When Duan Ling Tian first heard about the purgatory battlefield, the first thing that came to his mind was the Purgatory Palace in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison in the Boundless Heaven. However, although the Purgatory Battlefield was named after the Purgatory Battlefield, it had nothing to do with the Purgatory Battlefield. After all, the Purgatory Battlefield had existed for a long time. The Purgatory Battlefield had only appeared after the Purgatory Battlefield. The Purgatory Battlefield was a battlefield for celestial lords. The 9 Serenities battlefield was a battlefield for celestial emperors. In fact, many titled celestial emperors had made a name for themselves in the heaven's path, causing many people to tremble in fear. Xiao Jin's current form was the divine beast 9 Serenities god-slaying rat. The 9 Serenities god-slaying rat was closely related to the 9 Serenities battlefield. Because in the history of this world, the first 9 depths god-slaying rat was born in the 9 depths battlefield. All of this was recorded in Xiao Jin's memories after she had evolved into a divine beast, the 9 Serenities god-slaying rat. Duan Ling Tian and Huan followed Xiao Jin to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, a Devata realm where humans were rare and celestial beasts were rampant. Little Jin, aren't you going to return to the Blood Moon Ridge first? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Xiao Jin's words. She was from the Blood Moon Ridge, after all. She had not returned to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven for a long time. It was not appropriate for her to go to the dragons instead of the Blood Moon Ridge, right? Moreover, Xiao Jin had also said the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge treated her like his own granddaughter. Brother Ling Tian, let's go to the dragons first before going to the Blood Moon Ridge. Xiao Jin was so focused on showing off in front of Little Black and Little White that she did not have time to return to the Blood Moon Ridge. Of course, these were the thoughts in her heart. She couldn't say them out loud. Following Xiao Jin's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the estate of the dragons, the oldest heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Since Xiao Jin had informed Little Black and Little White beforehand, Little Black and Little White were already waiting for them outside. Brother Ling Tian. Little White was, naturally, happy to see Duan Ling Tian and Huan. As for Little Black, his eyes were filled with joy as well. Little Black, Little White, I've improved recently. Let's go to the Dragon's Arena and have a spar. Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything to Little White and Little Black, Little Gold had already invited Little Black and Little White to the Dragon Clan's arena to spar with them. Who do you want to spar with? Little White glared at Little Gold. Little Gold's strength had always been inferior to hers, let alone Little Black, who was the strongest among the three of them. Both of you, come at me together. Little Gold raised her head proudly and said nonchalantly, Are you crazy? Little White reached out to touch Little Gold's forehead. Something's not right? You don't have a fever? Go! Little Gold slapped Little White's hand away. Then, she grabbed Little White's hand and pulled her into the Dragon's Arena. Let's go! Little White, let's spar! Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw this. Brother Lingtian Huan, come with me. At the same time, Little Gold and Little White disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Little Black, Duan Lingtian, and Huan followed them to the arena in the Dragon Clan. Along the way, Duan Lingtian and Little Black recognized the dragon's disciples who were patrolling the area. Therefore, they did not stop Duan Lingtian and the others. The dragon's arena occupied a vast area. Many people were already sparring with one another. Some were sparring in their human forms while others were in their true forms. For this reason, not only were the sounds of people sparring, but the dragon's roars could also be heard from time to time. Duan Ling, you're here. The fourth elder of the dragons, Jiningyun, appeared not long after Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the arena. Duan Lingtian quickly greeted her. Senior, did you really go to the purgatory battlefield? Jiningyun asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. We just came out. Little Gold, did she go as well? Jiningyun asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded again. It seems like Little Gold has gained a lot in the purgatory battlefield. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the dragons to spar with Little White as soon as she returned. Jiningyun shook her head and smiled when she saw Little White and Little Gold hovering above the arena. Although she had guessed Little Gold must have gained a lot in the purgatory battlefield, she did not regret not letting Little White and Little Black go with her. She subconsciously felt that even if Little Gold had improved more than Little Black and Little White during this period of time, it would not be much better. Mother. Soon after, another figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was a valiant woman who addressed Jiningyun, the fourth elder of the dragons, as mother. Duan Lingtian immediately guessed the woman's identity. She was the fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Xiang. Previously, when Duan Lingtian reunited with Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, he learned from the three little ones how they came to the Wanshou Heaven. Little Gold was taken away by Meng Yao from Blood Moon Ridge, a heaven-grade force in the Wanshou Heaven. Little Black and Little White were taken away by Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragons in the Wanshou Heaven. Ji Xiang was the only daughter of Ji Yunyan, the first elder of the dragons, and Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the dragons. She could be said to be the crown prince of the younger generation in the dragons. Xiang, this is Duan Lingtian and Huan. Duan Lingtian and Ji Xiang greeted each other after Ji Ningyun introduced them. Ji Xiang seemed to have expected Huan's reticence and did not show any displeasure. Duan Lingtian, it seems like Little Gold has improved a lot. She actually wants to spar with Little White. In the past, she lost to Little White many times, but she refused to spar with Little White. Ji Xiang shook her head and smiled. At this time, her gaze also fell on the two women who were standing in the air above the arena. A woman wearing a snow-white robe and a woman wearing a golden robe stood facing each other. Little Gold isn't here to spar with Little White. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he heard Ji Xiang's words. Ji Xiang and Ji Ningyun were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words, but Duan Lingtian continued to say, "She's here to spar with Little Black and Little White. Yes, she wants to fight Little Black and Little White at the same time." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Ji Ningyun and Ji Xiang fell into a daze. They did not regain their senses for a long time. "Little Black, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and join forces with Little White to spar with me. It's unfair for me to spar with Little White alone. You join forces with her." It was only when Little Gold's voice rang in their ears that they snapped out of their daze. "Little Gold, even if you had a fortuitous encounter in the purgatory battlefield, don't you think you're too arrogant?" Xiao Jin's words caused Little Bai, who had always had a good temper, to become a little angry. "Don't forget, in the past, you were my defeated opponent." Chapter 3365. Little White did not wait for Little Black to join forces with her before she attacked Little Gold. Her comprehension of the profundities from the laws was on par with Little Gold, and her cultivation base was on par with Little Gold as well. However, since she was one of the dragons, she had the advantage over Little Gold even though she was a top-tier celestial beast like Little Gold. For this reason, Little Gold was no match for her every time they sparred. It was not that Little Gold's innate talent or cultivation base was not high enough, it was just that there was a gap between them. Even if Little White did not revert to her true form, the gap between them could be clearly seen in her human form. Boom! Rumble! Little White's figure flickered as she pushed her palms out. A vast white palm seal shot out toward Little Gold. At the same time, her figure continued to follow him like a shadow. She was like a goddess who had descended from the 9 heavens. She was indomitable, lofty, and inviolable. "Little White, you're no match for me." Little Gold fearlessly countered Little White's attack. In just a few seconds, she had neutralized Little White's attack. "You've become a 10 Directions Celestial Lord?" In the past, Little Gold's cultivation base was on par with Little White's. However, now that Little Gold had become a 10 Directions Celestial Lord, her expression darkened slightly. Indeed, Little Gold's strength was not inferior to hers now that she had become a 10 Directions Celestial Lord. However, she was puzzled by Little Gold's ability to neutralize her attack. What's that energy? Why does it feel like Little Gold's own energy? In the past, Little White knew very well how strong Little Gold was. However, the power that Xiao Jin had displayed today had already exceeded her understanding of Xiao Jin. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After a few more exchanges, Little White was still at a disadvantage. Even if she didn't reveal her true form, she was still at a disadvantage even after giving it her all. On the other hand, Little Gold seemed calm as though she was taking a stroll in the park. In the end, Little White reverted to her true form. She was a 9-clawed white dragon with white scales all over her body. She gave off a gentle aura like a spring breeze. It's useless. However, even though Little White had reverted to its original form, Little Gold was still very powerful. In just one exchange, it displayed an even stronger strength and once again suppressed Little White's attacks. This is, when Xiao Jin further displayed its hidden strength, the 4th elder of the dragons, Ji Ningyun, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, seemed to have sensed something and her pupils shrunk slightly. At the same time, a look of shock and disbelief appeared on her face. This little guy is actually walking faster than Little White and Little Black? Mother, Xiao Jin seems to be. At this moment, Ji Xiang, who was beside Ji Ningyun, seemed to have noticed something as well. She withdrew her disbelieving gaze from Xiao Jin and looked at Ji Ningyun immediately. Seeing her nod, Ji Xiang also realized that her feeling was not wrong. At the same time, even Xiao He, who was standing not far from Duan Lingtian, realized that something was wrong. A rare look of astonishment appeared on his cold face. Even if it was him, if he did not transform into his true form, he would not be Little White's match. And now, Little Gold, without transforming into its true form, was actually able to suppress Little White, who had transformed into its true form. This also meant that Little Gold's current strength was not only above Little White's, it was even above his. Xiaohei, go and help Little White, Duan Lingtian said to Xiaohei. At the same time, Ji Ningyun also looked at Xiaohei. However, before she could say anything, Xiaohei had already moved out immediately after hearing Duan Lingtian's words and joined forces with Little White to fight against Little Gold. However, even if Little Gold did not transform into its true form, she was still evenly matched with Little White and Xiaohei, who had transformed into its true form. Awesome! Awesome! Little Gold, who was now fighting to her heart's content with her two companions, could not help but laugh heroically like a heroine. After this laughter, there was also a sense of relief. In the past, she had never been able to defeat either Xiaohei or Little White. Every time her strength increased, she thought that she could defeat Xiaohei and Little White, but the latter's strength also increased by a lot. In the end, she was still not a match for the latter. Until today. She was not at a disadvantage when fighting against two people alone. Moreover, she had yet to transform into her true form. Little Gold, how did you become so strong all of a sudden? When Little White, who had transformed into her true form, spoke again, her voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She knew Little Gold's strength very well. What exactly had happened in the past few decades that allowed Xiao Jin to possess such strength? Purgatory Battlefield. Little Gold said proudly. Purgatory Battlefield? Little White was stunned. Xiaohei, transform into your true form. At this moment, the fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Ningyun, spoke again to Xiaohei. Xiaohei also realized that if he did not transform into his true form, it would be difficult for him to defeat Little Gold even if he joined forces with Little White who had transformed into her true form. Upon hearing Ji Ningyun's words, he no longer hesitated and transformed into his true form. He was a 9-clawed demon dragon that was covered in black dragon scales. His entire body was shrouded in black fog, and he had a murderous aura. It was a stark contrast to Little White's pure and holy true form. You transformed into your true form? Little Gold's eyes lit up when she saw Little Gold transforming into her true form. However, she did not transform into her true form as she wanted to fight Xiaohei and Little White who had transformed into their true forms. However, after a while, Little Gold was at a disadvantage. Forget it. I don't want to play with you anymore. Little Gold laughed. Now, let's end this. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Gold finally transformed into her true form under Little Black and Little White's shocked gazes. Moreover, it was a form that Little Black and Little White had never seen before. It was a huge rat that was as big as a mountain. Its entire body was covered in dark golden fur, and its sharp claws gleamed coldly. Its eyes were bloodshot as it appeared before everyone's eyes. Xiaohei, take this. The huge rat suddenly opened its mouth and called out to the 9-clawed demon dragon that was descending. Then, it transformed into a dark golden bolt of lightning and charged toward the 9-clawed demon dragon. Its body seemed huge and cumbersome, but when it moved, its speed was ridiculously fast. Bang! Before the 9-clawed demon dragon could react, it was sent flying by the huge rat's slap. It crashed heavily on the side of the arena and scraped across the ground. It was battered and exhausted. Little White. After a while, when the 9-clawed white dragon moved again, the huge rat transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward it. If the 9-clawed demon dragon was not on guard, the 9-clawed white dragon was definitely on guard. However, even if it was on guard, it was useless. As soon as it moved, the huge rat, which had transformed into a dark golden bolt of lightning, had already swept past it and swiped at it with its claw. Bang! The huge rat's claw landed like a small mountain and smashed into the 9-clawed white dragon's body, sending it flying. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, you guys can't do it. The huge rat stood in the air and said proudly, Little Gold, this girl, is a little arrogant. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Meanwhile, Ji Ningyun and Ji Xiang, mother and son, were stunned. When they saw Little Gold's true form, they felt their scalps go numb. "Mother, this looks like a 9 depths god-slaying rat?" Ji Xiang asked in a daze. "Yes," Ji Ningyun said with some difficulty. The 9 depths god-slaying rat was a divine beast that was not inferior to the 10-clawed divine dragons. Moreover, it was known to kill gods. It was said that the 9 depths god-slaying rat had not become a god yet, but it could use its innate ability to kill ordinary gods by surprise. Once it became a god, it would be the bane of gods. In the past, Little Gold's true form was not as strong as a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, her true form was stronger than a 10-clawed divine dragon to a certain extent. Naturally, it was only strong in a certain aspect. If they were to fight, a 10-clawed divine dragon would not be weaker than a 9 depths god-slaying rat. At the same time, the Dragon Clan members who were sparring in the Dragon Clan's arena all stopped and stared at the giant dark golden rat in the air. Is this a divine beast? She must be a divine beast. If she's not a divine beast, how could she defeat the 2 9-clawed divine dragons? She's only a 10 directions celestial lord. The 2 9-clawed divine dragons are both 9 palaces celestial lords, but there's still no match for her even after joining forces. She must be a divine beast. Many of the members of the dragons could vaguely guess that Little Gold's true form was a divine beast. "Little Gold, you've evolved into a divine beast?" If one were to ask who could clearly feel Xiao Jin's current strength, it would be Xiao He and Xiao Bai. They were incomparably certain of this. Both of them knew Little Gold very well. If Little Gold did not evolve into a divine beast, it would be impossible for her to defeat them. "Xiao He, Xiao Bai, join forces? I'll give you a chance," Little Gold said with a grin. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were twins. Their minds were connected. Once they joined forces, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. "Let's join forces." Xiao Bai glanced at Xiao He. Soon after, both of them understood each other's thoughts. Both of them flew out and joined forces to attack Little Gold. However, although Little White and Little Gold's joint attack was powerful, when Little Gold's main body opened its mouth, an extremely powerful devouring power swept out and directly swallowed their attacks. In just a blink of an eye, Little Gold's stomach swelled up before it caved in again. At the same time, energy surged out of Little Gold's pores. It was as though it had released a portion of the energy it had devoured after burping. The members of the dragons felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. "What divine beast is this? Isn't this too much? She's heaven-defying. I remember she had sparred with Duan Xiao Bai many times in the past, but she lost every time. This time, not only did she defeat Duan Xiao Bai, but she even defeated Duan Xiao Bai and Duan Xiao He, who's even stronger than Duan Xiao Bai. I don't remember her true form being like this. Did she evolve into a divine beast? She seems to be a prodigy from Blood Moon Ridge." Chapter 3366. They were no match for Little Gold even after joining forces. Naturally, Little White and Little Black felt defeated. Little White and Little Black felt a little disappointed when they returned to their human forms. Little White and Little Black had always been inferior to them. Now that Little White had suddenly become so powerful and could even defeat them when they joined forces, they felt very conflicted. They were happy for Little White, but they were also sad that they were too weak. Of course, they felt even more disappointed. "Little Gold, I didn't expect you to evolve into a divine beast. What's your true form now?" Little White sighed and could not help but ask curiously. "A 9 depths god-slaying rat," Little Gold said with a grin. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, it was not soft either. It was heard by many of the Dragon Clan members in the arena. For a moment, they were in an uproar. "A 9 depths god-slaying rat? I remember. The founder of Blood Moon Ridge was a 9 depths god-slaying rat?" "That's right. The current Mountain Master of Blood Moon Ridge is the descendant of the founder of Blood Moon Ridge, isn't he? I didn't expect a second 9 depths god-slaying rat to appear in Blood Moon Ridge." When Xiao Jin mentioned that his true form was a 9 depths god-slaying rat, many of the Dragon Clan members were shocked. Although they had already known that Xiao Jin's true form was a divine beast, They did not expect it to be a 9-depths god-slaying rat. The 9-depths god-slaying rat was considered one of the best among the divine beasts. Little Gold, you've evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat? How did you do it? Little White asked, dumbfounded. Little Gold was about to reply when Jining Yun interrupted her. Little Gold, you've traveled a long way here. I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. We'll talk about other things later. Jining Yun interrupted Little Gold at this crucial moment because she was worried Little Gold would say that it had evolved in the Purgatory battlefield. If that was the case, many of the dragons would enter the Purgatory battlefield to take the risk. As the fourth elder of the dragons, it was only natural that she did not want to see that happen. However, after Jining Yun arranged a place for Duan Lingtian, Little Gold and Little Gold to stay, Little Gold answered Little White's question. I evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat in the Purgatory battlefield. Speaking of which, I was quite lucky. After Big Brother Ling Tian killed the turquoise water divine tiger of the White Tiger clan, I swallowed the turquoise water divine tiger and assimilated its blood. That's how I evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat. Xiao Jin did not hide anything from Little White and Little Black. Even if Jining Yun was present, she didn't hide anything from her. There was no need to, and Jining Yun wouldn't harm her. In addition, the Wanshou Heaven's White Tiger clan had some enmity with the Wanshou Heaven's dragons. Although the two clans were not irreconcilable enemies, they did not interact much. Jade Water Divine Tiger? Both Jining Yun and Little White were shocked by Little Gold's words. Only Xiao He didn't know what the turquoise water divine tiger represented, so he wasn't too surprised. However, he could guess that it was a divine beast. Otherwise, Xiao Jin wouldn't have been able to evolve into a 9-depths god-slaying rat after devouring it. Really didn't expect that the White Tiger clan actually produced a Jade Water Divine Tiger. The Jade Water Divine Tiger belonged to the White Tiger clan, just like the 10-clawed divine dragons. Therefore, Jining Yun knew this very well. She looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill a divine beast. However, when she recalled how Duan Lingtian had severely injured a titled celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven, right in front of her, she felt relieved. No matter how strong the Jade Water Divine Tiger was, it was only a 10 Directions celestial lord. Even if it was a divine beast and possessed a divine artifact, its strength was only comparable to an ordinary titled celestial emperor. With such strength, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian was capable of killing it. Little Gold, you're too impulsive. Jining Yun frowned and said, you shouldn't have exposed that you've evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat in front of so many people. I'm guessing that news of you, the prodigy of the Blood Moon Ridge, evolving into a 9-depths god-slaying rat should have spread by now. A hint of fear could be seen on Jining Yun's face when she spoke. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Jining Yun's concern, Jining Yun looked at Little Gold and continued to say, Blood Moon Ridge isn't keeping a low profile in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. In fact, you've made many enemies over the years. In the past, Blood Moon Ridge was not a big deal. The enemies of Blood Moon Ridge only attacked the disciples of Blood Moon Ridge when they met them. However, now that you've evolved into a divine beast, the balance between the Blood Moon Ridge and the Blood Moon Ridge's enemies has been broken. Most importantly, you're not an ordinary divine beast. You're a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the most powerful divine beast in the history of the Blood Moon Ridge. Once you've fully matured, the Blood Moon Ridge will reach a new peak. At that time, as long as the Blood Moon Ridge wants to, it'll be easy for them to annihilate their enemies. Under such circumstances, do you think the Blood Moon Ridge's enemies will allow you to grow? In my opinion, now that they've received the news, they'll definitely send some experts to kill you when you return to the Blood Moon Ridge. Jining Yun's expression turned even graver when she finished speaking. Earlier, I've already sent a message to my old man and asked him to inform the Blood Moon Ridge's Lord of the Blood Moon Ridge. I'm sure the Blood Moon Ridge's Lord of the Blood Moon Ridge has learned about this. As soon as Jining Yun finished speaking, a glint flashed across her eyes as she continued to say, I've just received a message from my old man. The Blood Moon Ridge's Lord has asked the dragons to take good care of you for the next few days. He'll personally come to pick you up. You'll have to stay in the dragon's residence for the next few days. Don't go out. Ji Ningyun said. Yes, Senior Ningyun, Little Gold quickly replied. Xiao Jin hurriedly responded, and a hint of fear appeared on her face at the right time. She didn't think so much before, and only wanted to show off her new body in front of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. She did not expect there would be so many things involved. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly grave. He did not expect there would be so much trouble after Little Gold's new body was exposed. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian accompanied Little Gold to stay in the dragon's residence until the Blood Moon Ridge's lord arrived. The Blood Moon Ridge's lord was a young man dressed in a blood-red long robe. There was a blood-red flame between his eyebrows. If one looked closely, one could see the flame burning. The young man had a handsome yet devilish appearance. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. He did not exude the aura of a superior cultivator. He looked more like an ordinary sexless cultivator. However, when he stood there, he exuded a unique aura. It was as though he was an Azura bathed in blood. He was indomitable and peerless. Little Gold, I didn't expect you to evolve into a 9-depths god-killing rat. Shui Yuntian, the Blood Moon Ridge's lord, laughed as he looked at Little Gold. His gaze was gentle as he said, Initially, I planned to bring the Grand Elder with me. However, he happened to be in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't inform him. If he knows that you've evolved into a 9-depths god-killing rat, he'll definitely be happy and proud of you. Shui Yuntian's smile was so wide that he could not close his mouth. His cold and aloof image was completely destroyed. At this moment, he was like a man who had just become a father for the first time. It's all thanks to my brother Ling Tian. Little Gold did not forget to mention Duan Ling Tian. If he didn't help me in the purgatory battlefield, I wouldn't have evolved into a divine beast. A hint of surprise flashed in Shui Yuntian's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Then he inadvertently glanced at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, Why, you're a divine beast as well? Huan is a 1,000 Phantoms ice fox that appears only once every 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan, Little Gold replied. Shui Yuntian nodded. 1,000 Phantoms ice fox? Shui Yuntian nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, thank you for helping Little Gold become a divine beast. Little Gold is my sister. It's only natural for me to help her. There's no need to thank me, Lord Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even so, Little Gold's evolution into a divine beast is of great significance to the Blood Moon Ridge. When she grows stronger, the Blood Moon Ridge will regain its former glory. Shui Yuntian said with a hint of yearning in his eyes. When his ancestor, the 9-depths god-killing rat, founded the Blood Moon Ridge, it was also when the Blood Moon Ridge was at its peak. At that time, even the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms did not dare to provoke the Blood Moon Ridge. At that time, his ancestor even challenged the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven and killed him in just 3 moves. After that, he became the new heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven and led the Blood Moon Ridge to its peak. After that, his ancestor went to a realm of gods. Although the Blood Moon Ridge did not decline, it was still declining. Without the 9-depths god-killing rat, the Blood Moon Ridge's strength was far from its peak. Although there were many powerhouses in the Blood Moon Ridge, without a strategic powerhouse like the 9-depths god-killing rat, it was difficult for the Blood Moon Ridge to regain its former glory. Now that a 9-depths god-killing rat had appeared in the Blood Moon Ridge, it was undoubtedly a sign that the Blood Moon Ridge could regain its former glory. Fortunately, the Blood Moon Ridge and the Dragon Clan don't have any conflicts. Although they're not allies, we've always been at peace with each other. Otherwise, Little Gold wouldn't have survived until now. Shui Yuntian thought to himself. He knew if the dragons had any conflicts with the Blood Moon Ridge, they would not have allowed Little Gold, the 9-depths god-killing rat, to live. Elder Yunyan, the Blood Moon Ridge will remember this favor from the dragons. Shui Yuntian looked at Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons, and said solemnly, Thank you for taking care of Little Gold these few days. Chapter 3367. You're welcome. In the face of Shui Yuntian's thanks, Ji Yunian shook his head and smiled. That girl Xiao Jin has a good relationship with the two little guys from our dragon clan. It's only right that we take care of her. Does the Mountain Lord plan to take her back now, or do you plan to stay in our dragon clan for a while before returning? Ji Yunyan asked. As the first elder of the dragons in the Wanshou heaven, Ji Yunyan naturally knew that Blood Moon Ridge had many enemies in the Wanshou heaven, including many heaven-grade forces. Blood Moon Ridge was not afraid of a single heaven-grade force. However, what would happen if a few heaven-grade forces joined forces? Now that Blood Moon Ridge had a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the heaven-grade forces that were hostile to Blood Moon Ridge would definitely think of ways to kill the 9-depths god-slaying rat to prevent future trouble. If he was the leader of a heaven-grade force that was hostile to Blood Moon Ridge, he would definitely kill the 9-depths god-slaying rat at all costs. Let's go back now, Shui Yuntian said. How could Shui Yuntian, the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, not know what Ji Yunyan was talking about? In his opinion, he could not waste too much time on the dragons. He had to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge as soon as possible. How many people did you bring? Ji Yunyan asked. The two guardians of Blood Moon Ridge, the second elder and the third elder. Shui Yuntian replied. Ji Yunyan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Shui Yuntian's words. At the same time, Little White's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, the strongest person in Blood Moon Ridge is the Ridge Master, the two guardians, the first elder, the second elder, and the third elder. It can be said that the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge has brought the backbone of Blood Moon Ridge with him. Only the Great Elder is left to guard Blood Moon Ridge. Little White's words made Duan Lingtian realize that Shui Yuntian had made a big fuss when he came to get Little Gold. Otherwise, he would not have mobilized so many powerhouses. So many experts? Are the enemies of Blood Moon Ridge so powerful? Duan Lingtian asked. Let's not talk about those ordinary forces. Blood Moon Ridge has offended many of the top heaven-grade forces in the Wanshou heaven. For example, the Heavenly Ape Clan, the Water Phoenix Clan, and the Kunpeng Clan. These three clans are all equally as powerful as the Blood Moon Ridge. Even if they are not as powerful as the Blood Moon Ridge, they are not that far behind. Whitey said, if they know that a 9-depths god-slaying rat has appeared in the Blood Moon Ridge, they will definitely spare no effort to kill Little Gold. When Little White reached the end of its sentence, a hint of fear promptly surfaced in its eyes. The 9-depths god-slaying rat is truly terrifying once it grows up. If the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge didn't go to the realms of gods, even the Heavenly Emperor ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking of heavens might not be a match for him, Xiaobai said. Therefore, the hostile forces of Blood Moon Ridge, except for those who only have some small conflicts with Blood Moon Ridge, those who have big conflicts with Blood Moon Ridge won't allow the 9-depths god-slaying rat to grow in Blood Moon Ridge. Little White continued to speak. Aren't they worried that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge will seek revenge from them? Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, since the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge had become a god and was a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the hostile forces of Blood Moon Ridge were not worried that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge would leave the realms of gods and seek revenge from them after the second 9-depths god-slaying rat was destroyed. Of course, they're not worried about that. Little White said, put aside the fact that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge might not return, even if he does, he won't interfere in the affairs of the Devata realms. If he makes a move, he'll be breaking the rules. At that time, the powerhouses of the other forces who have gone to the realms of gods will return and seek revenge for their juniors. If revenge breeds revenge, there's no end to it. Moreover, the powerhouses who return from the realms of gods are all gods. If they make a move, Blood Moon Ridge might be annihilated. Upon hearing Little White's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Everyone had a backer. Therefore, there were rules and restrictions. Whoever broke the rules first would be annihilated. Senior. After Little Gold introduced Duan Lingtian to Shui Yuntian, the sect leader of Blood Moon Ridge, for the first time, Duan Lingtian spoke to Shui Yuntian directly. HM? Due to his relationship with Little Gold, Shui Yun Tian was very polite to Duan Ling Tian. He did not put on airs at all. Little brother Ling Tian, is there anything I can help you with? Senior, are you confident you'll be able to bring Little Gold back? Duan Ling Tian asked Shui Yun Tian without beating around the bush. Shui Yun Tian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. No one dares to say they're 100% confident. After all, I'm not sure how many people those forces will send to kill Little Gold. In other words, if many people come, and they're all experts, you might not be able to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge safely? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Under normal circumstances, I'm 90% confident. Shui Yun Tian replied. 90%? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Senior, if you're not 100% confident, I don't want Little Gold to go with you. Little Gold is my younger sister. I don't want anything to happen to her even if the chances of her being harmed are low. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. I can understand your feelings, Shui Yun Tian said. Shui Yun Tian said, however, since Goldie has evolved into a 9-depths god-killing rat, we must let her stay in the Blood Moon Ridge and not leave her outside. Otherwise, no one can say for sure that she won't encounter danger outside. Based on Shui Yun Tian's words, it was clear he was determined to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Little Gold said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, if possible, I don't want to go back. Based on the Ridge leader's attitude, it seems like he's planning to put me under house arrest after I return to Blood Moon Ridge. Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Little Gold. Instead, he looked at Shui Yun Tian and said, Senior, if you trust me, I'm confident I'll be able to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge. Shui Yun Tian's eyes brightened. What's the plan? Although it's possible for Little Gold to stay in the dragons, it'll return to square one in the end. No, she won't stay in the dragons. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, you'll use the transportation formation in the dragons to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge. However, most of the people who want to stand up and kill her in Little Gold City are waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge. Although I'll use the transportation formation in the dragons to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge, I'll be bringing her to another Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian said. What Devata realm? Shui Yun Tian was stunned. It's not convenient for me to tell you now. However, I can promise you I'll bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge in one piece. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, the fewer people who know about this, the better. What do you think, Senior? Shui Yun Tian muttered to himself for a moment before he shook his head and said, I believe you're doing this for Little Gold's sake. However, what if she encounters danger in another Devata realm? Moreover, you said those people will be waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge. Even if you want to return to Blood Moon Ridge, you'll have to do it under their watch. Shui Yun Tian said in one breath. Even if that's the case, how can they have so many powerhouses waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge? After some time, I'm sure many of them will leave. Duan Ling Tian said, at that time, we can send a message to you and ask you to lead a group of powerhouses from Blood Moon Ridge to help us. Do you think we'll be afraid of those people? Moreover, I can promise you Little Gold won't be in any danger if she follows me. Duan Ling Tian said confidently, as long as she's by my side, I'll definitely protect her. Shui Yun Tian fell silent again upon hearing this. To be honest, he believed Duan Ling Tian's words to a certain extent. However, he did not want to take the risk. Even if he had to take the risk, he did not want someone else to risk Little Gold's life. Ridge Master. At this moment, Little Gold said, I want to leave the dragons with Brother Ling Tian and return to Blood Moon Ridge later. When Shui Yun Tian looked at Little Gold, he saw the determination in Little Gold's eyes. She did not waver at all. In the end, although Shui Yun Tian was reluctant, he had no choice but to agree to Little Gold's request. Little brother Ling Tian, if you send Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge safely in the future, we won't mistreat you. Shui Yun Tian said solemnly to Duan Ling Tian. Senior, you're treating me like an outsider. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I've said before that Little Gold is my sister. As long as it's within my means, I'll do anything to help her. Brother Ling Tian, where are we going? After Shui Yun Tian, the the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, left the dragons, Duan Lingtian prepared to leave with Huan, and Little Gold. As for Little Black and Little White, they were still under house arrest. Although they knew Little Gold had only evolved into a divine beast after entering the purgatory battlefield with Duan Lingtian, they were not allowed to leave. The solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian said to Little Gold through voice transmission. Then he brought Little Gold to the transporting formation in the Dragon Clan's estate. Little Black and Little White watched on as they left. The solitary destructive heaven? While Little Gold was still in a daze, she, Duan Lingtian, and Huan, had already arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion in the solitary destructive heaven's solitary destructive territory. The Cloud Platform Mansion was the closest place to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the solitary destructive territory. Senior Meng Chuan, we've arrived. Upon arriving at the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a message to Meng Chuan. He had decided to bring Little Gold to the solitary destructive heaven because Meng Chuan had sent him a message asking him to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Chuan had also said that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven regarded him as a true disciple and had been looking for him for many years. Chapter 3368. Wansho Heaven. Dragons. After Little Black and Little White saw their big brother Lingtian and the other two leave, there was reluctance and unwillingness in the depths of their eyes. They were reluctant to part with their big brother Lingtian. He was unwilling, but he was unwilling to stay in the Dragon Clan. Let's go back. Although Ji Ningyun and Ji Yunyen, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, were not around, the elders on duty at the transporting formation were not allowed to leave. Little Black called out to Little White. He knew there was nothing he could do about it. Although Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, and the Grand Elder, Ji Yunyen, were not around, the elders on duty at the transporting formation were not allowed to leave. Little Black, I think we should have followed Big Brother Lingtian to the Purgatory battlefield. Look, Little Gold followed him to the Purgatory battlefield. How much has she improved? If we had gone in together, we might have become 10-clawed divine dragons by now. On the way back, Little White sent a voice transmission to Little Black. Xiao Bai, Xiao Jin's situation is special. It's not like you don't know. Needless to say, the 10-clawed divine dragon might not be a problem, but there's a good chance that his cultivation would rise to a level on par with Little Gold. Xiao He shook its head and said, Xiao Jin could evolve into a divine beast in the Purgatory battlefield because Xiao Jin's body could devour higher-level beasts to evolve. Although the 9-clawed divine dragons could also devour the corpses of divine beasts, it was almost impossible for them to evolve into divine beasts. Unless he could swallow a few divine beasts, then there was still a possibility. Little Gold's true form was a rodent immortal beast that devoured immortal beasts. It could maximize the conversion of the various essences in the bodies of the beasts it devoured to improve itself. Because of this, even though Xiao Jin had followed Duan Lingtian into the Purgatory battlefield and evolved into a divine beast when he came out, he didn't think that Xiao He and Xiao Bai would have such a situation after following him into the Purgatory battlefield. If it was just a quick increase in cultivation, she and the dragons would not let Little Black and Little White take the risk. After all, the dragons had basically confirmed that the next 10-clawed dragon would appear between Little Black and Little White. The appearance of every 10-clawed divine dragon was related to the future rise and fall of the dragons. The higher-ups of the dragons, from the clan leader to the ordinary elders, would not allow anything to go wrong. That's right. Little Gold, before entering the Purgatory battlefield, his cultivation was one level lower than ours. But now, he's a level higher than us. Little White rolled her eyes and said, Little Black, why don't we sneak away? Sneak away? Little Black shook his head. When Little Gold brought Brother Lingtian and Huan, to the Purgatory battlefield, we tried to sneak away. However, the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder didn't give us a chance. Not only did they not give us a chance, they even talked to the clan leader. It said that the clan leader has personally banned us from leaving. If anyone fails to supervise us properly and lets us escape, they'll be in big trouble. Under such circumstances, How could it be easy to escape? Little Black sighed. You're right. Little White nodded. Then, her eyes glinted as she said expectantly, Now, I just hope Brother Ling Tian can use the name of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to invite us from the dragons after he goes to the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Before Duan Ling Tian left the dragons, he had informed Little Black and Little White of his whereabouts through voice transmission. Little White had also asked Duan Ling Tian to ask the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to allow her and Little Black to leave the dragons if he could get the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to help them. The dragons did not allow them to leave because they were worried about their safety. However, if they went to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, they would be safer than the dragons. I hope so. Little Black was also looking forward to it. He could not help but sigh. I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to be from our hometown, the mundane realm. Moreover, he's the master of the 7 Absolutes sect that Ling Tian has never met. Speaking of which, I'm also looking forward to meeting the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. I heard he once tortured the clan leader. The patriarch's strength is much stronger than the great elders. Little White said excitedly. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had come to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. However, the last time he came, he was stopped at the entrance. This time, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, Meng Chuan, was already waiting for him at the entrance. At this moment, there was another person standing in front of him. He was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a face full of curly beard. He stood there motionless like a pine tree, towering like a mountain. He's here. When Duan Ling Tian saw Meng Chuan from afar, Meng Chuan also saw him. His eyes lit up as he hurriedly greeted the curly-bearded burly man in front of him. Big brother, the young master is here. Originally, Meng Chuan subconsciously wanted to call Duan Ling Tian by his name, but just as he said the word, Duan, he heard the bearded man in front of him snort in displeasure. He immediately changed his words. He knew clearly in his heart. His elder brother treated the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven as his master and respected the Heavenly Emperor very much. He even treated the disciple whom the Heavenly Emperor valued as his young master. When Duan Ling Tian saw the burly man in front of Meng Chuan, he felt the 2 people in front of him disappear and appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind blew gently against the Duan Ling Tian's purple robes. Behind the bearded man, Immortal Emperor Jade Rainbow, Meng Chuan, followed closely. Meng Luo greets the young master. When the bearded man appeared, he bowed respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian guessed his identity. He was none other than the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo. Greetings, young master. Meng Chuan bowed as well. His attitude was completely different from when he faced Duan Ling Tian. In the past, he did not know how important Duan Ling Tian was to the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. For this reason, he did not treat Duan Ling Tian with respect. However, after learning from his big brother Meng Luo about the status of the person in front of him in the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor, he knew that he must be respectful to the person in front of him in the future. Otherwise, not only would the Heavenly Emperor be unhappy, even his big brother, Meng Luo, would not let him go. His elder brother, Meng Luo, had been saved by the Lord Heavenly Emperor many times and regarded the Lord Heavenly Emperor as his master. Even he, his younger brother, was not as important as the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor was the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the strongest person in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Meng Chuan, you're too polite. Although Duan Ling Tian knew Meng Chuan would not treat him the same way he did in the past, he could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw Meng Chuan treating him so respectfully. In this world where the strong were respected, this was the reality of life. If one was strong and had a strong backer, others would respect them. This must be Senior Meng Luo, right? After greeting Meng Chuan, Duan Ling Tian looked at the bearded man standing in front of Meng Chuan. Greetings, Senior Meng Luo. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, was the strongest general under the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was second only to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was on par with the grand elder of the dragons, Ji Yunyan. Naturally, that was all in the past. Many years ago, Meng Luo, a rising star, was able to fight Ji Yunyan to a draw. Now that so many years had passed, with Meng Luo's innate talent, he should have long surpassed Ji Yunyan. Young master, you can just call me Meng Luo. Meng Luo was flattered by Duan Lingtian's greeting. He quickly bowed and greeted Duan Lingtian, but a hint of admiration could be seen in the depths of his eyes. As expected of the heavenly emperor, not only was Meng Luo talented, but he was also very polite. He was not arrogant at all. Young master? Little Gold's eyes lit up when she regained her senses. She knew about Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. He was a famous titled celestial emperor in the solitary destructive heaven. Even the grand elder of Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts heaven said he would only be able to fight to a draw if he fought Meng Luo. Brother Ling Tian, Meng Luo isn't a simple person. Many years ago, he was able to fight to a draw with the grand elder of the dragons. Currently, he's as strong as the clan leader of the dragons. Little Gold sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, really thinks highly of you. Otherwise, Meng Luo wouldn't be so respectful to you and even personally welcome you. Little Gold had spent some time in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Blood Moon Ridge. Naturally, she knew how important it was for a powerhouse like Meng Luo to personally welcome him. Even if the clan leader of the dragons came to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo would not personally welcome him. Young master, please follow me back to the heavenly palace. After Meng Luo greeted Duan Lingtian, he led the way for Duan Lingtian to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was the holiest place in the entire solitary destructive heaven. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. From afar, it looked like an otherworldly paradise. Just a glance at it was enough to make one feel refreshed. Young master, ever since Hua Lao arrived, Lord Heavenly Emperor has been talking about you a lot. After entering the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Hello? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Meng Luo's words. Then, he recalled 300 years ago when he was in the Saint Province realm. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a top-tier spirit weapon from the Devata realm. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had an artifact spirit, and he called the artifact spirit Hua Lao. Hua Lao was the three-legged golden crow on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Hua Lao, he was a top-tier celestial beast. Naturally, this was only what he knew in the past. After coming to the Devata realm, he had gained a deeper understanding of many things. Whenever he thought about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he was certain it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Hua Lao was the artifact spirit of the emperor-grade celestial weapon. Senior Meng Luo, is Hua Lao the Exquisite Pagoda's artifact spirit? Duan Lingtian stared at Meng Luo with bright eyes. Chapter 3369. Hua Lao. He was the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still in the Saint Province realm, he had thought Hua Lao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had perished to save him. However, later on, after he gained a deeper understanding of the celestial artifact, he found out that not only was the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda not so easily destroyed, but even Elder Hua would not die so easily. For this reason, the disappearance of Hua Lao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had gradually become a mystery to him. If he could, he naturally wished that Elder Hua was still alive. To him, Elder Hua was a respectable elder. He had helped him a lot during his growth and had even saved his life several times. Hua Lao is in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Lingtian found it difficult to understand. Even if Hua Lao was still alive, why would he be in a Devata realm? Why would he be in the solitary destructive heaven? Moreover, why was he in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Yes. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought the elder Hua Meng Luo mentioned was someone else. However, when Meng Luo spoke, he was certain the elder Hua Meng Luo mentioned was the elder Hua he had met before. I've already sent a message to Hua Lao. Hua Lao is currently on his way here, Meng Luo said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, a scorching aura surged toward Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, the silhouette of a huge golden crow appeared and transformed into an old figure. The old figure was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. Although they had not seen each other for 300 years, Duan Ling Tian recognized the old man as Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Hua Lao. After so many years, seeing Hua Lao again, Duan Ling Tian was so excited that his body trembled, and a glimmer of light involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Although he had long guessed that Hua Lao was not dead, he had a completely different feeling when he saw Hua Lao with his own eyes. Hua Lao was standing right in front of him. Ling Tian brat, I really didn't expect that in a short 300 years, you would have already grown to such an extent. Seeing Duan Ling Tian again, Hua Lao's cloudy eyes lit up. He was just as excited. Before it came into contact with Duan Ling Tian, it had never spent so much time with anyone. Therefore, to a certain extent, he had long regarded Duan Ling Tian as his family. Many years ago, Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, sent by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had brought him away from the mundane realm. When he arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was worried about Duan Ling Tian. In the beginning, everything was fine. However, when the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, died, and the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was replaced. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was no longer under the surveillance of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he did not know about Duan Ling Tian's situation. Since he could not see Duan Ling Tian, he was naturally worried. Hua Lao, you're finally out. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm himself down before he congratulated Hua Lao with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Hua Lao. Previously, when Hua Lao was trapped in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian had told Hua Lao that he would return Hua Lao's freedom after he repaired the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Later on, Elder Hua and the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda disappeared together, and this matter was left unsettled. After 300 years, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he saw Hua Lao had left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian's promise to Hua Lao was still fresh in his mind. 300 years had passed in just a blink of an eye. It's all thanks to Lord Heavenly Emperor. Hua Lao said with a smile, of course, it's all thanks to you as well. Hua Lao, is your disappearance related to Senior Feng Qingyang as well? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He was still very curious about Elder Hua's disappearance back then. Even though he had some guesses now, he still couldn't help but want to know what happened from Elder Hua. That's right. Hua Lao nodded. Back then, it was Lord Heavenly Emperor who sent Kuang Ling, the sword soul of his divine weapon, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, to the mundane realm to take me away. Lord Celestial Emperor's original intention was not for my existence to interfere with your growth. With me around, you'll be under less pressure. He hoped you'd be able to bear more pressure and grow in adversity. Only then will you be able to attain the great Tao. Hua Lao briefly explained what had happened back then. As expected, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. This was exactly as he had expected. He could not help but feel excited. So, Senior Feng Qingyang had been paying attention to him when he was still in the mundane realm? After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian introduced Huan and Little Gold to Hua Lao. Divine beasts? Hua Lao looked at Huan and Little Gold before he gasped when he realized the 2 young women were divine beasts. Although he was a 3-legged golden crow, he was only a peak immortal beast. He was not far from becoming a divine beast. However, he might never be able to surpass this gap. Senior Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Luo and asked curiously, Senior Feng Qingyang told me that you and Senior Feng Qingyang left solitary destructive heaven together. Now that you're back, Senior Feng Qingyang should be back as well, right? Meng Luo shook his head. Lord Heavenly Emperor sent me out of Azura Hell ahead of time because I couldn't withstand the pressure there. Lord Heavenly Emperor's law avatars are currently in there as well. They're trying to rescue his true body. He could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Azura Hell? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't come out of Azura Hell? Didn't he come out and kill the successor of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and reclaim his position? Only one of Lord Heavenly Emperor's Law of Earth avatars returned. Meng Luo shook his head. It seems like Senior Feng Qingyang has really ascended to godhood. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then he looked at Meng Luo and asked, Senior Meng Luo, Senior Feng Qingyang has already ascended to godhood, but he still can't come out of Azura Hell. It's very difficult. Meng Luo sighed and said, Lord Heavenly Emperor has tried many times over the years, but he's still lacking. However, this time, Lord Heavenly Emperor should be able to rescue his true body in one go. After all, Lord Heavenly Emperor has entered Azura Hell many times, so he knows the place like the back of his hand. That's why he brought me in so that I can use the law of death and the law of destruction in Azura Hell to further comprehend the two profundities. After listening to Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian realized Meng Luo was skilled in the law of death and the law of destruction. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was disappointed to learn that Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had yet to come out of Azura Hell. After all, he had come to the solitary destructive heaven in hopes of meeting Senior Feng Qingyang. In the depths of his heart, he only recognized Feng Qingyang as his master. After I came out of Azura Hell, I returned to the solitary destructive heaven. I heard from my younger brother that you were here, so I asked him to bring you here. Based on Meng Luo's words, it was clear Meng Luo had just returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Ling Tian, although Lord Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned yet, according to Meng Luo, he'll be back soon. You should cultivate well in the heavenly palace and wait for him to return. Hua Lao suggested with a smile on his face. Moreover, as Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple, you'll enjoy the best resources in the heavenly palace. It's better for you to cultivate here than outside. Hua Lao added. That's right. Meng Luo nodded. Young master, you can cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you need anything, just say the word, and the heavenly palace will do its best to fulfill your request. From the beginning until the end, Meng Luo was very respectful to Duan Lingtian. This made Duan Lingtian realize how loyal Meng Luo was to Feng Qingyang. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll stay in the heavenly palace and wait for Senior Feng Qingyang's return. Meng Luo arranged a place for Duan Lingtian and the other two to cultivate. It was not far away from Elder Hua's cultivation place, and it was not far from his own cultivation place as well. Now, I'll focus on my cultivation and become a celestial emperor. After all, only after I become a celestial emperor can I further comprehend the law of space's fused profundities with the supreme powerhouse divinity. Breaking through to become a celestial emperor was a top priority for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it was the same for Huan as well. In the divine offering land. In the Xia clan. Qin Yen, the Xia clan will give you an explanation when Xia Jie returns. Xia Yi, the clan leader of the Xia clan, sat at the head of the table in the main hall of the Xia clan's estate. The young man was dressed in a long green robe. He was handsome and had a hint of wickedness in his eyes. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, he smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, you must be joking. Since the third master has released those people, let them go." After 700 years, the spatial tunnel from the divine offering land to the Devata realms will reopen. At that time, I'll send people to capture them if I need them. I came here this time mainly to say hello to you, uncle. I want to send someone to bring my cousin back from the planar battlefield. It's too dangerous in there. The green-clad young man was none other than Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. The realm battlefield is too big. Looking for that girl is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I've already sent many people to the realm battlefield to look for her. When she heard Yun Qingyan mention her daughter, Xiaoye's expression turned gloomy as if she was about to cry. There's strength in numbers. Yun Qingyan smiled. Qingyan, you came to look for me because of this? Xiaoye asked. There's one more thing. Yun Qingyan's eyes flashed as he said, I don't think my cousin is aware that the third master has sent those people away. We can't communicate in the realm battlefield. I want to find her and bring her back to the Yun clan before she learns about this. Please allow me to do so, uncle. Chapter 3370. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the solitary destructive territory. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was a 4th grade sect. Moreover, it was an all-female sect that only recruited female disciples. In the solitary destructive heaven, the majority of celestials were sword celestials. This was due to the influence of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was only a 4th grade sect, it was popular to practice swordsmanship. In fact, 99% of the disciples in the sect were sword celestials. Sush, 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 sush. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate was located in a vast canyon. At this moment, the sound of swords whistling in the air could be heard from the side of a mountain. A graceful and beautiful figure was practicing her swordsmanship halfway up the mountain at the side of the canyon. Her sword was like a dragon, extremely swift and fierce. The dazzling sword light was even more dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, another graceful figure stood at the side, watching the woman practicing her swordsmanship. The woman was dressed in a fiery red robe. She was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were as sharp as lightning. However, when she looked at the woman practicing her swordsmanship, her gaze softened. Swoosh, swoosh. There was a small waterfall halfway up the mountain. The woman practicing her swordsmanship arrived in front of the small waterfall in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh. As the sword swept out, the sword glow seemed to have transformed into an arrow that had left the bow and landed on the waterfall. Immediately, the waterfall splashed in all directions, and a loud sound rang out in a timely manner. At the same time, most of the water splashed toward the woman practicing her swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, the woman's eyes widened. Her hand that was holding the sword shook, and a strange energy spread out from the sword. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded a small area around her. At this moment, in a small area around the sword-practicing woman, the air stopped moving and the water droplet floated motionlessly in the air. Apart from the woman practicing her swordsmanship, everything else in the area seemed to have stopped moving. Swoosh! The sword in the woman's hand was like a dragon as she swung it in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the hundreds of water droplets that were floating in the air were cut in half. Then the space seemed to return to normal, and the water droplets fell to the ground. Even the air returned to its original rhythm. Ceiling, your time law's stillness profundity has improved again. At some point in time, the woman who was watching from afar had also caught up. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when she saw the former slash apart all the water droplets in the air. Aunt Wu. The woman sheathed her sword and stood straight. She was wearing a light purple dress, and her appearance was beautiful. There was a bit of heroic spirit between her brows, which added a bit of contradictory charm. She had the demeanor of a heroine. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this sword-wielding woman, he would definitely be surprised to find out that she was a woman. This woman was as beautiful as a flower. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to his, and her other features were similar to his wife, Ker. This woman was none other than Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Siling. As for Aunt Wu, she was referring to Feng Tianwu. It had been close to 300 years since Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia family, had sent him away from the Divine Offering Land. At that time, after Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling were sent away from the Divine Offering Land, they arrived at a mundane realm called the Great Desolation Realm. Since both of them had been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their innate talent had been reborn, allowing them to cultivate much more efficiently. Not long after, both of them left the Great Desolation realm and ascended to a Devata realm. Naturally, the Devata realm they ascended to was not the solitary destructive heaven or the Jade Emperor heaven. Both of them stayed in the Devata realm for a long time until Feng Tianwu became a celestial duke. At that time, both of them brought Duan Si Ling to the solitary destructive heaven. There was a reason they came to the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, Feng Tianwu had heard that the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As far as she knew, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was the master of her elder brother Duan and the former sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect in the Saint Province realm. Her elder brother Duan later inherited Feng Qingyang's Misty Rain lineage and became the only successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Misty Rain lineage. Yun Qingyan, who abducted Kerr, said he sent someone to deal with senior Feng Qingyang because senior Feng Qingyang had left his legacy to elder brother Duan. That's why senior elder brother Duan is his disciple. For this reason, when Feng Tianwu heard that Feng Qingyang was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, she was certain Yun Qingyan had sent someone to force Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell. Moreover, the timing was right. At that time, Feng Tianwu had a feeling her elder brother Duan, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would accept him as a disciple. This was the only way she could find her elder brother Duan in the Devata realms. For this reason, after she had become a celestial duke, she had come to the solitary destructive heaven and joined the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, a 4th-grade sect that only accepted female disciples. She had stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for more than 100 years. Currently, both Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling had become celestial kings one after another. The reason they were able to improve so much in such a short period of time was not only because of their talent, but also because they were treated very well in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Both of them were considered outstanding in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. In fact, they could be considered monstrous geniuses. Currently, Duan Si Ling was a disciple of the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect while Feng Tianwu was a disciple of the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. As a 4th-grade sect, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect had a titled Celestial Lord. The titled Celestial Lord was Feng Tianwu's teacher, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Over the years, both of them had lived a good life in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, the Devata realms were filled with danger. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had asked her teacher to bring her to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. She wanted to know if her elder brother Duan had arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and had become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, when they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the people there were unaware of her elder brother Duan's existence. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not in the heavenly palace at that time. "Aunt Wu? What's on your mind?" Duan Si Ling asked curiously when she saw Feng Tianwu in a daze. During these years, Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu had been relying on each other for survival. She had long regarded Feng Tianwu as her mother and sister. It could be said that the time Duan Si Ling spent with her parents was less than the time she spent with Feng Tianwu. "I wonder if your father has arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after 100 years. Feng Tianwu regained her senses and looked at Duan Si Ling with a doting expression in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, she had treated Duan Si Ling as her own daughter because she loved Duan Si Ling. Whenever she obtained something good, she would give it to Duan Si Ling first. Due to this, Duan Si Ling's cultivation base was about to catch up to Feng Tianwu. If Duan Si Ling was not sensible and did not reject Feng Tianwu's good intentions, Duan Si Ling's cultivation base would definitely be higher than Feng Tianwu's. "Father," Duan Si Ling fell silent when she heard Feng Tianwu's words. Back then, when she left her father, although she was still young, She was already sensible enough to know what her father and mother looked like. I miss my father and mother so much. After a moment of silence, Duan Si-ling's body trembled violently. After a while, she threw herself into Feng Tianwu's arms and burst into tears. She was not even 300 years old. However, it had been more than 200 years since she last saw her father and mother. If it was not for the fact that she had been thinking about her father and mother all this time and had even drawn a portrait of them, she might have even forgotten how they looked like. Feng Tianwu patted Duan Si-ling's back gently. She did not know how to comfort her. At the same time, she regretted bringing up her elder brother Duan. "Oh, who's bullying our Si-ling?" Duan Si-ling was sobbing in Feng Tianwu's arms when a voice rang from afar. Following that, a beautiful woman dressed in white flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived next to Feng Tianwu and Duan Si-ling, senior sister. After Feng Tianwu and Duan Si-ling parted ways, they quickly bowed and greeted the woman. Duan Si-ling followed suit and bowed as well. "Teacher." The woman was none other than Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Apart from being the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Yu Wenqing was also the second strongest person in the sect. Her strength was second only to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's titled Celestial Lord. "Senior sister, are you looking for us?" Feng Tianwu asked Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing didn't even have the time to speak when a wave of swift whistling of the wind resounded. After that, a thin old woman in a loose black robe with an aged and cold appearance appeared and descended from the sky. "Teacher." Feng Tianwu bowed when she saw the woman. A hint of confusion could be seen on her face. Why was her teacher here with the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? She had been in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect for more than 100 years, but this was her first time encountering such a situation. "Junior aunt." "Junior grandaunt." Yu Wenqing and Duan Si-ling bowed at the old woman. A hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of Yu Wenqing's eyes while Duan Si-ling's eyes were filled with confusion. It was obvious she shared the same thoughts as Feng Tianwu. "Teacher, why are you here with senior sister?" Feng Tianwu looked at her teacher, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and the strongest person in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Baifeng was the pillar of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She was a titled Celestial Lord. "Go ahead." Yu Baifeng greeted Yu Wenqing. A hint of reluctance could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Feng Tianwu again. Upon seeing this, Feng Tianwu narrowed her eyes. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 3371. In Feng Tianwu's memory, her teacher had never lost her composure like this ever since she had shown her outstanding talent during the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's recruitment test more than 100 years ago and became her teacher's disciple after she revealed her shocking talent. The reluctance in Yu Qing's eyes made Duan Ling Tian shudder. She knew Yu Qing would not act in such a manner if nothing had happened. After taking a deep breath, Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At the same time, Duan Si-ling shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing's expression was solemn as she faced Feng Tianwu and Duan Si-ling's gazes. She said, "Previously, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect came to propose marriage to Si-ling." At this moment, Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Si-ling with a gentle expression on her face as she said, "Si-ling rejected him." Since Si-ling was unwilling, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect couldn't force her. For this reason, I bluntly rejected him. Moreover, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is a womanizer. I don't know how many women he has harmed. I see Si-ling as my own daughter. Yu Wenqing paused for a moment before she continued to say, "After I rejected the young sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to return empty-handed. However, early this morning, the elder of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect came to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and bluntly said that the old ancestor of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect had come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. He even said that if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect doesn't know what's good for us, he doesn't mind annihilating the sect." Yu Wenqing's expression turned unsightly as soon as she finished speaking. On the other hand, Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the cold drizzle celestial sect would go so far. Isn't it normal for me to reject your proposal because I don't want to marry you? How could the old ancestor of the cold drizzle celestial sect vent his anger on the entire sect? Duan Xiling's expression darkened when she heard Yu Wenqing's words. However, does he think that our cloudy sunbow sword sect will compromise? A cold light flickered in Yu Wenqing's eyes. She sneered and said, "Back then, we didn't even refuse a first-grade force's proposal." Of course, there was one more thing Yu Wenqing didn't say. Although they had rejected the marriage proposal from the Grade 1 force, the other party had no intention of forcing them. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the cloudy sunbow sword sect. "Martial uncle and I have come this time mainly to send you off." Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu with a solemn expression on her face as she said with a faint smile, "At that time, I'll announce that you've left the cloudy sunbow sword sect." At that time, if the cold drizzle celestial sect dares to act recklessly, the cloudy sunbow sword sect isn't a pushover. Yu Wenqing's words were full of conviction. "Teacher," Duan Xiling said solemnly, "as far as I know, the current sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect isn't as bad as the previous sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Even if I leave, he won't let the cold drizzle celestial sect go. Let me stay. I don't want to marry him, but I can kill myself in front of them." Duan Xiling's eyes were filled with determination. In her opinion, if she left, she might not be able to appease the previous sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. However, if she died, she would be able to appease the previous sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. There was no way she would marry the previous sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. However, she did not want to leave just like that. She could not let down her teacher who had treated her like a daughter. She could not let down the cloudy sunbow sword sect, which was like her home. No! Yu Wenqing and Feng Tianwu stopped Duan Xiling in unison. "Little Xiling." At this moment, Yu Baifeng, the only titled celestial lord in the cloudy sunbow sword sect, spoke up. She looked at Duan Xiling kindly. "Don't worry, you and Tianwu can leave. The cloudy sunbow sword sect will be fine. Junior ancestral aunt has already contacted her friends. Many of them are celestial emperors. She has asked them to come and help at any time. It won't be easy for the cold drizzle celestial sect to harm the cloudy sunbow sword sect." Yu Baifeng said to Duan Xiling, "Junior ancestral aunt, are you confident?" Duan Xiling asked solemnly as she looked at Yu Baifeng. "Of course." Yu Baifeng nodded. However, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Xiling, hesitated to speak. In the cloudy sunbow sword sect, she and Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the cloudy sunbow sword sect, knew Duan Xiling the best. However, it was not appropriate for her to say anything now. She knew Xiling's temper very well. If Xiling knew the truth, she would definitely refuse to leave. If something happened, how would she explain it to her elder brother Duan? "After sending Xiling away, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to try my luck. It's been 100 years. Perhaps, elder brother Duan is already in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Even if he's not in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I can still ask Senior Feng Qingyang for help. If Senior Feng Qingyang isn't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll send Xiling away and return to help the cloudy sunbow sword sect fend off the cold drizzle celestial sect." At this moment, Feng Tianwu had already made up her mind. Duan Xiling had feelings for the cloudy sunbow sword sect, but so did she. All these years, her teacher, Yu Baifeng, had taken good care of her and treated her like a mother. Although Yu Baifeng did not say much, Duan Xiling knew her teacher wanted her to leave the cloudy sunbow sword sect so they would not have to face the threat of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Duan Xiling was clearly not confident. "Xiling, since your junior granduncle said so, I'm sure he won't lie to you. In that case, we won't be a burden anymore. Let's go. Let's go," Feng Tianwu said to Duan Xiling. Duan Xiling wanted to say something, but the three of them had already reached a consensus. Naturally, they did not give her any room to hesitate. Soon after, Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing personally escorted Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu to the transporting formation of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. "Teacher, I'll return after sending Xiling away." Before they stepped into the transporting formation, Feng Tianwu sent a voice transmission to Yu Baifeng. Yu Baifeng's eyes widened, and her expression changed drastically. At this moment, Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling's figures had already disappeared from her sight. "Junior aunt, what's wrong?" Yu Wenqing was taken aback when she saw Yu Baifeng's sudden change in expression. Yu Baifeng smiled bitterly. "Tianwu knows me too well. She saw through me. She said she'll come back to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect after sending Xiling away." Yu Wenqing's expression changed drastically when she heard Yu Baifeng's words. "How can that be? We're counting on them to avenge us in the future. If the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is bent on destroying the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, there are only hope." Sush. At the same time, Yu Baifeng raised her hand and erased the mark on the transporting formation. She was shocked. "They're going to the Heavenly Palace again?" Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling were heading to the mansion closest to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Previously, when Feng Tianwu had asked Yu Baifeng to escort her to the Heavenly Palace, they had also been transported to the Heavenly Palace before making their way to the Heavenly Palace. It seems like Tianwu wants to try her luck there. However, what will happen in 100 years? Perhaps, the Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned yet. As for Xiling's father, if the Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned, the Heavenly Palace might not accept him even if he goes to the Heavenly Palace. Yu Baifeng shook her head inwardly. She felt her disciple, Feng Tianwu, was doomed to fail this time. However, she knew her disciple had made the right choice. If she were in her disciple's shoes, she would have done the same even if the chances were slim. "No. I'll immediately send a message to junior sister Tianwu. She mustn't return," Yu Wenqing said solemnly before she sent a message to Feng Tianwu. Earlier, Yu Baifeng had indeed brushed Duan Xiling off. Perhaps she had a few titled celestial lords and a few celestial emperors. However, she was only acquainted with a few of them. If it was an ordinary matter, they might be willing to help. However, if a second-grade sect like the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect wanted to deal with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it was impossible for them to help. After all, if they came to help, they would offend a second-grade sect. They were either wandering cultivators or they had forces behind them, but none of them could compare to a second-grade sect. Naturally, they would not be willing to risk their lives and fortune, and even the rise and fall of the forces behind them just because they were acquaintances with Yu Baifeng. "Junior sister Tianwu. You and Xiling Tian have extraordinary talents. Your future is limitless. You mustn't return. If the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect survives this ordeal, I'll send a message to you within 3 days. If you don't hear from me within 3 days, take Xiling and hide as far away as you can. Don't come back. Come back when you're strong enough to avenge me, junior aunt, and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. You and Xiling are the hope of me and junior aunt. You're also the hope of the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. There's only hope if you're alive." When Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion, which was near the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Tianwu received a message from Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Wenqing's tone was solemn. She was trying to persuade Feng Tianwu not to return to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If you return now with your cultivation base, you won't be of any help to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. However, if you return, you'll be able to avenge the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect even if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is destroyed. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is a second-grade sect after all. If you can't avenge the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, don't come back. Yu Wenqing seemed to be leaving behind her last words, explaining her last will. Chapter 3372. Within 3 days? Initially, Feng Tianwu was not certain when the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would be in danger. However, after hearing Yu Wenqing's words, she was certain. The cold drizzle celestial sect would come to the cloudy sunbow sword sect to force the marriage between the two sects within 3 days. At that time, with Si Ling's absence, the notorious and bloodthirsty old sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect would definitely not let the matter rest. Senior sister. Initially, Feng Tianwu had made up her mind to send Duan Si Ling to a safe place and return to the cloudy sunbow sword sect if her trip to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was fruitless. However, when she received a message from Yu Wenqing from the cloudy sunbow sword sect, she could not help but hesitate. Yu Wenqing's words made sense. If she returned to the cloudy sunbow sword sect, she would not be able to save the sect. However, if she did not return to the cloudy sunbow sword sect, she and Duan Si Ling might be able to kill their way to the cold drizzle celestial sect and avenge the cloudy sunbow sword sect. Duan Si Ling was not even 300 years old, and Duan Si Ling was barely 300 years old. However, both of them were already celestial kings. Even if they were given a few thousand or 10,000 years, they would still be able to become celestial emperors. Senior sister, teacher. Feng Tianwu's eyes were red, but she did not dare to let Duan Si Ling see it. Even so, Duan Si Ling could sense something was amiss. Aunt Wu, are you sure the sect will be fine? Initially, Duan Si Ling trusted the supreme elder of the cloudy sunbow sword sect. However, after calming down, she began to feel that something was amiss. Was the supreme elder of the cloudy sunbow sword sect really able to find a friend to resolve this crisis? Si Ling, don't worry. Feng Tianwu had spent more time with Duan Si Ling than anyone else. Naturally, she knew Duan Si Ling's temper. If Duan Si Ling knew the cloudy sunbow sword sect was in danger because of her, she would not leave the sect. Feng Tianwu sighed inwardly. Brother Ling Tian, your daughter is very kind. Where you now? Is he in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? With this thought in mind, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Si Ling, Si Ling, let's hurry to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that 100 years have passed, your father might be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Father, Duan Si Ling's expression froze for a moment before a nostalgic expression appeared on her face. Although it was a distant memory, she could still clearly remember her father's appearance. Father is resourceful. With him around, we won't have to fear the cold drizzle celestial sect. Duan Si Ling muttered to herself. Based on her words, it was clear she was confident in her father, Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Si Ling's words, Feng Tianwu could not help but smile wryly. Although she knew her elder brother Duan was always able to catch her off guard, she did not think her elder brother Duan would be able to continue his legend in the mundane realm. If Duan Si Ling and Duan Si Ling had not been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land in the realms of gods, their innate talent would not have improved so much. Therefore, she subconsciously felt that, even if she met her elder brother Duan in the Devata realm, her elder brother Duan's cultivation base might not be as high as hers and Duan Si Ling's. Unless their elder brother Duan also had fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms, it would be impossible for him to catch up to them or even surpass them. Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling sped toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with the sound of wind whistling in the air. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had been brought to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven by her teacher, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the cloudy sunbow sword sect. I hope elder brother Duan is here. If elder brother Duan isn't here, I hope senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is here. I hope senior Feng Qingyang is willing to lend a helping hand. Feng Tianwu prayed as she led Duan Si Ling to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, she was prepared for the worst-case scenario. As a second-grade celestial sect, the cold drizzle celestial sect had many celestial emperors. Although there were no titled celestial emperors in the sect, they were still considered overlords in the surrounding areas. As the saying went, when the tiger is absent, the monkey will be king. I really didn't expect someone from the tiny cloudy sunbow sword sect to have comprehended the law of time. After all, the law of time is the hardest law to comprehend among the four supreme laws. It's also the most powerful law among the four supreme laws. The cold drizzle celestial sex estate was located in a vast valley. The valley was filled with beautiful scenery, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. A white-haired old man dressed in a gray robe could be seen sitting in front of a table in a secluded courtyard. It is also because of this that your grandson wants to marry her. In front of the gray-robed old man stood a young man in a luxurious green robe. The young man's appearance was ordinary. If it weren't for his small eyes that resembled those of a mouse, he could barely be considered handsome. The young man was none other than Lan Jinyen, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The position of sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was not destined to be passed down through the generations. However, the previous sect leader, the old man sitting at the stone table, had given birth to a good son who was peerless among the younger generation. Therefore, it was only natural for him to become the next sect leader. Lan Kongxian, the current sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, was none other than Lan Jinyen. However, compared to Lan Kongxian, Lan Heng and Lan Jinyen, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, paled in comparison. In Lan Jinyen's generation, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. Basically, he would not be the next clan leader. For this reason, both the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, Lan Kongxian, and the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, Lan Heng, hoped to find Lan Jinyen a wife with high innate talent and potential. Up until now, they had not found a suitable candidate. The prodigies from other Grade 2 and Grade 3 forces did not take a liking to Lan Jinyen at all. As for those from Grade 4 forces, they would not take a liking to them unless they were outstanding. However, the female disciple from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect that Lan Jinyen had his eyes on was different. Although the female disciple was a disciple of the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it was not a big deal to them. After all, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was only a Grade 4 sect. What they cared about was the female disciple's innate talent and the law she had comprehended. She was not even 300 years old, but she was already a celestial king. If nothing went wrong, she would definitely become a celestial emperor in the future. Moreover, the law she had comprehended was one of the four supreme laws, the law of time, which was said to be the most difficult law to comprehend. It was said that as long as one of the spouses comprehended the law of time and gave birth to a child, there was a 50% chance the child would comprehend the law of time as well. Because of this, not only was the female disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect a good match for Lan Jinyen, but she was also a good match for Lan Jinyen's father and grandfather. However, even though the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was not weak, he could not bring himself to force a marriage between Duan Ling Tian and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. In his opinion, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was a second-grade sect. Forcing a fourth-grade sect to marry Duan Ling Tian was no different from bullying the weak. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Don't worry. Grandfather will follow you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and marry that little girl for you. Lan Heng laughed and said to Lan Jinyen, prepare the betrothal gifts in these 2 days. Although it's only a fourth-rank sect, we shouldn't be impolite. Back then, I just needed to prepare some worthless things. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, a disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, Lan Heng's grandson was already giving face by marrying a fourth-grade sect's disciple. She did not have the right to accept expensive betrothal gifts. Grandfather, I'm afraid the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't agree. Back then, when my father proposed to her, she chased him out of the sect. Lan Jinyen smiled bitterly. Lan Heng scoffed and said disdainfully, your father is a good man, but he worries too much. It's just a fourth-grade sect. If they don't cooperate, I'll just destroy them. The day after tomorrow, I'll follow you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect dares to refuse again, I'll annihilate her and the entire sect. Lan Heng's words were domineering. It was as though he had everything under his control. Indeed, he had the right to be domineering. There were a few celestial emperors in the cold drizzle celestial sect, but Lan Heng was the strongest among them. Although he was still a distance away from becoming a titled celestial emperor, he was invincible in the cold drizzle celestial sect. Fourth grade sect? As long as he wanted to, he alone would be enough to destroy them. Thank you, grandfather, Lan Jinyan said excitedly. Lan Jinyan replied excitedly. At the same time, his eyes lit up. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of passion and greed. Although he had only met Duan Si Ling, the female disciple from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, he was captivated by her beauty. Moreover, not only was her innate talent high, but she had also comprehended the law of time, the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. She was a perfect match for him. If she becomes my wife, even if I can't become the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect, who would dare to offend me? With her innate talent, she'll definitely become a celestial emperor if she's given enough time. The most important thing is, she's so pretty. Chapter 3373. I didn't expect that. Grandfather would even hand Martial Uncle Lei over. Lan Jinan sat cross-legged on the back of the immortal beast. He carefully stole a glance at the middle-aged man and thought to himself. The middle-aged man's name was Lei Jinshan. He was the last disciple of his grandfather, Lan Heng. Although he was only slightly older than Lei Jinshan, he was already a celestial emperor. Moreover, he was the strongest celestial emperor in the cold drizzle celestial sect, second only to his grandfather. Junior Uncle Lei. In the cold drizzle celestial sect, apart from my grandfather, the other elders also said that you have a high chance of becoming a titled celestial emperor in the future. Looking at Lei Jinshan, Lan Jinan squeezed out a radiant smile and asked, "Are you confident?" When Lei Jinshan heard Lan Jinyan's words, he turned to look at Lan Jinyan and said indifferently, "Within 3,000 years, I will obtain my own title in the title temple. I believe in Martial Uncle Lei." Lan Jinyan nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. In front of Lei Jinshan, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although his grandfather Lan Heng was stronger than Lei Jinshan now, Lei Jinshan would definitely be stronger than his grandfather in a few hundred or 1,000 years. Moreover, whether it was his grandfather or his father, because they were family, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't hurt him, so he didn't feel anything. However, although Lei Jinshan was not an outsider, they were not blood-related. If it wasn't for his grandfather, Lei Jinshan wouldn't even bother to look at him. Lan Jinyan took a deep breath as he thought to himself, "Fortunately, Junior Uncle Lei joined the sect late. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have become the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect." Not long after Lei Jinshan joined the cold drizzle celestial sect, Lan Heng relinquished the position of sect master to his son, Lan Kongxian. In fact, many people in the cold drizzle celestial sect were skeptical. The reason why Lan Heng was in such a hurry to step down from the position of sect head was because he was worried that his disciple, Lei Jinshan, would grow up and take away the sect head position that should have belonged to his son. If he stepped down from the position of sect head now, the position of sect head would definitely not belong to his son, and would definitely belong to Lei Jinshan. Although Lan Heng was strong, and he was the strongest person in the cold drizzle celestial sect, it was impossible for him to go against the rules of the cold drizzle celestial sect by oppressing disciples who were more outstanding than his son. Therefore, he stepped down early. With this, it was only natural that Lei Jinshan would not be able to compete with Lan Kongxian for the position of the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. This time, I, Lan Jinyan, will soon have my own wife. Moreover, he's someone who has comprehended the law of space and possesses extraordinary talent. Lan Jinyan looked back at the 6 people who were carrying the wedding burden as his heart raced. What the 6 people were carrying were the betrothal gifts. Even though everything could be stored in the storage ring, it was impossible to store anything in the storage ring. However, in order to set off the atmosphere, many people would do something similar when they went to deliver the betrothal gifts. My soon-to-be wife is even more talented than Martial Uncle Lei. Her future achievements might not be below Martial Uncle Lei's. Lan Jinyan thought to himself as he stole a glance at Lei Jinshan. The cloudy sunbow sword sect was not far from the cold drizzle celestial sect. Therefore, it only took a few hours for the people from the cold drizzle celestial sect to arrive at the cloudy sunbow sword sect. The cold drizzle celestial sect's Lan Heng has brought his grandson, Lan Jinyen, to the cloudy sunbow sword sect to propose marriage. The people from the cold drizzle celestial sect stopped outside the cloudy sunbow sword sect's estate. Lan Heng, one of the 3 people in the lead, was the first to speak. His voice seemed to contain magic as it reverberated through the entire cloudy sunbow sword sect. A commotion instantly broke out in the cloudy sunbow sword sect. The people from the cold drizzle celestial sect? Lan Heng? Isn't he the former sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect, one of the celestial emperors in the cold drizzle celestial sect? He brought his grandson, Lan Jinyen, to propose marriage? Who is he going to marry? Isn't Lan Jinyen a playboy? Who in the cloudy sunbow sword sect would fancy such a person? Let's go. Let's have a look. That's right. I want to see which female disciple is so bold as to marry Lan Jinyen. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the cloudy sunbow sword sect rose into the air and made their way out of the sect's estate curiously. What's going to happen has finally happened. Yu Wenqing, the sect master of the cloudy sunbow sword sect, who was cultivating in her own cultivation ground, sighed when she heard the voice. Although she wanted to hide, she knew that it was useless. The other party would not let her off easily. After a while, Yu Wenqing left her place and made her way to the source of the commotion. Along the way, Yu Wenqing saw an old woman flying toward her. The old woman's expression was unsightly. Junior aunt. The old woman was none other than Yu Wenqing's junior aunt, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the cloudy sunbow sword sect. If Lan Heng doesn't give us a chance to live, we'll do our best to keep his grandson, Lan Jinyen, alive. A hint of madness could be seen on Yu Baifeng's face. Even if the cloudy sunbow sword sect was going to be annihilated, she would make Lan Heng pay the price. Understood. Yu Wenqing's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust. Even a dog would jump over a wall in desperation, let alone a human. Even an ordinary person could do crazy things if they were forced into a corner. What more a celestial with divine abilities? The sect leader is here. The supreme elder is here. When Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng appeared in front of the cloudy sunbow sword sect's estate, the elders and disciples of the cloudy sunbow sword sect who were already there saw them and greeted them respectfully. Not only were the 2 people with the highest positions in the cloudy sunbow sword sect, but they were also the 2 strongest people in the cloudy sunbow sword sect. Greetings, sect leader Lan. Greetings, senior Lan Heng. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the cloudy sunbow sword sect, Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing bowed at the newcomer. At the same time, their eyes widened in shock when they saw the middle-aged man standing next to the old woman. I didn't expect Lei Zhinshan to be here as well. Yu Baifeng's voice trembled slightly when she sent a voice transmission to Yu Wenqing. Although Lei Zhinshan had just made a name for himself, he was one of the strongest celestial emperors in the cold drizzle celestial sect. A hint of despair could be seen in Yu Wenqing's eyes. If Lan Heng was the only person from the cold drizzle celestial sect who was present today, and the cloudy sunbow sword sect was determined to annihilate the cloudy sunbow sword sect, they might be able to drag Lan Jinyen down with them. However, with Lei Zhinshan and 2 celestial emperors from the cold drizzle celestial sect here, the cloudy sunbow sword sect would not be able to harm Lan Jinyen at all. Lan Heng glanced at the 2 of them indifferently before he looked at Yu Wenqing and said, "You're the sect leader of the cloudy sunbow sword sect, right? I've sent someone to inform you of my arrival. I'm sure you're prepared. Summon your disciple, Duan Xiling. Since the betrothal gifts have arrived, she can return to the cold drizzle celestial sect with us. 2 celestial emperors from the cold drizzle celestial sect are here to welcome her." Although Lan Heng's tone was nonchalant, there was no room for doubt. He looked at Yu Wenqing as though he was certain Yu Wenqing would win. Upon hearing Lan Heng's words, an uproar immediately. Duan Xiling? Miss Xiling is going to marry Lan Jinyen? Heavens! Is this for real? As far as I know, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect came to ask for junior sister Si Ling's hand in marriage. However, he was rejected. No wonder the sect leader and the supreme elder's expressions are so unsightly. It seems like the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect are here to force a marriage. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically when they regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Senior Lan Heng. Yu Wenqing shook her head and sighed. Coincidentally, 2 days ago, my disciple, Duan Si Ling, committed a grave mistake and was expelled from the sect. I've sent my junior sister, Feng Tianwu, to capture her, but there's still no news from her. Your grandson? Before Yu Wenqing could finish her sentence, Lan Heng interrupted her angrily. Yu Wenqing, you little girl. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'll believe your words? Lan Heng's celestial emperor aura surged out of his body, causing some of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciples to retreat. Sect leader Yu Wen. At this moment, Lan Jinyan opened his mouth and said with narrowed eyes, I came here with sincerity. I know junior sister Si Ling is the disciple you love the most, but if she marries me, I'll definitely love her dearly. Yes, I have a bad reputation in the past, but I'll change it in the future. Although Lan Jinyan spoke in a friendly manner, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. The corners of his mouth also curled up in disdain at the right time. It's better if you summon her here. Don't tell me you want us to go in and look for her? Lan Jinyan said as he looked at Yu Wenqing meaningfully. Yu Wenqing. Before Yu Wenqing could say anything, Lan Heng said angrily, I'll give you 15 minutes to summon Duan Si Ling here. If she's not here in 15 minutes, I'll kill a person from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect every 10 breaths. It was clear Lan Heng had completely fallen out with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. The expressions of the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically. They did not expect the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's celestial emperor to be so overbearing. Was he trying to bully the weak and force them to marry him? Senior Lan Heng. Yu Wenqing sighed. Do you think I'm lying? If you don't believe me, you can search the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and see if my unfilial disciple, Duan Si Ling, is still in the sect. If you can find her, you can take her away. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't stop you. Yu Wenqing said. Young sect leader Lan. Yu Baifeng looked at Lan Jinyan with a mocking smile on her face. If you want to marry Duan Si Ling, you can find her yourself. She's no longer a disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Chapter 3374. At this moment, even the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect could not help but shudder when they heard the sect leader and grand elder's words, let alone Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. The sect leader and grand elder clearly wanted to go against the person in front of them. They had witnessed how much their sect leader doted on her disciple, Duan Si Ling. They had also witnessed Duan Si Ling's character since she had been in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect for 100 years. Duan Si Ling would never do anything to betray their sect leader or the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She would never do anything that would cause her to be expelled from the sect. Therefore, they unanimously believed that the sect leader and the supreme elder were protecting Duan Si Ling. Sect leader, supreme elder. Don't you know that doing this will destroy our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Many elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect sighed in their hearts. However, at this moment, they also knew that the matter had already been decided, and it was useless to say anything more. However, the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect did not share the same sentiments. They whispered among themselves, expressing their dissatisfaction. Are the sect leader and the grand elder really going to sacrifice the sect for one person? You want us to die with Duan Si Ling? You didn't even ask me? Why should I be buried with her? Although junior sister Duan Si Ling is a good person and has a good reputation in the sect, there's no need for us to die with her, right? Why don't we just leave the sect? At this moment, many Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect disciples even thought of leaving the sect. Haha, not long after Yu Baifeng finished speaking, Lan Jinyan's face turned green. Lan Heng was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, although Lan Heng was smiling, his eyes were filled with a sharp and vicious aura as he looked at Yu Baifeng. Grandpa, they must have sent Duan Xiling away. Lan Jinyan looked at Lan Heng and said with an unsightly expression on his face, not only are they not giving face to the cold drizzle celestial sect, but they're also not giving face to you, grandfather. After all, before coming here today, grandfather, you had already sent someone to deliver a letter saying that you would come with me to propose marriage. But now, they sent him away. Grandpa, it doesn't matter if I don't get married, I'm not angry. But if they don't give you face, I can't stand it. I can't take it anymore. Lan Jinyan's tone was not only high, but his face had also turned red. When he glanced at Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing from the corner of his eyes were filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to tear them into pieces. No, don't worry. Grandfather will give you an explanation for this. At this moment, Lan Heng stopped laughing and looked at the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect coldly. I'll ask you one last time. Is Duan Xiling still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Don't use other excuses to brush me off. I just need you to answer me. Is Duan Xiling still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Lan Heng's eyes glinted coldly. Everyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect could feel Lan Heng's rage. It was clear that he was still suppressing his anger and could explode at any moment. Once it erupted, they might all die without a burial ground. Upon hearing Lan Heng's words, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect instinctively turned to look at Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, Duan Xiling was Yu Wenqing's disciple. Naturally, Yu Wenqing was the one who knew best if Duan Xiling was still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Senior Lan Heng, don't tell me you don't believe me? Yu Wenqing asked with a slight frown on her face. However, a hint of determination could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Lan Heng scoffed when he heard Yu Wenqing's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for falling out with you." As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, the expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically. Then, he extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. In the next moment, Lan Heng's voice that contained his celestial origin energy reverberated in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, listen up. Your sect leader is willing to sacrifice all of you for her disciple, Duan Xiling. You'd better persuade her to hand Duan Xiling over to me. I'll give you 30 minutes. If I don't see Duan Xiling in 30 minutes, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will be annihilated. Don't even think about escaping. My divine consciousness has already shrouded the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. If anyone dares to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate, I'll be able to detect them and kill them instantly. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, a four-phenomenon celestial emperor. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Wenqing with a mocking smile on his face. Yu Wenqing, you asked for it. Yu Wenqing did not expect Lan Heng to do this. His actions had undoubtedly pushed her, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, into the opposition of everyone in the sect. Sect leader. When the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect heard Lan Heng's words, they were stunned for a moment before they snapped out of their daze and looked at Yu Wenqing. Many of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciples fell to their knees. Sect leader, you can't be so selfish. Are you going to give up the entire sect for one person? Sect leader, your actions will make you a sinner of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Sect leader, please hand Duan Xiling over. As the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect knelt down one by one, the remaining disciples followed suit. Even the elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect knelt down. Bush, 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 bush. At the same time, a large group of people flew out of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. These people were the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After they left the estate, most of them fell to their knees and begged Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, to hand Duan Si Ling over to them. I, Yuan Qing, hereby announce that I'm leaving the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Yuan Qing said with a sigh. Her voice that was laced with celestial origin energy echoed in the air. I, Yu Baifeng, am leaving the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, spoke up when the group of Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's elders and disciples were stunned by Yuan Qing's words. At the same time, she looked at Lan Heng and sneered. Lan Heng, how despicable of you to be a celestial emperor. You're despicable. Love has always been about mutual consent. What's the difference between your actions and kidnapping a woman in the secular world? I was the one who sent Si Ling away. If you're angry, you can take it out on me. Yu Baifeng said in a deep voice. No. Yuan Qing stepped forward and looked at Lan Heng coldly. Duan Si Ling is my disciple. I'm the one who sent her away, not my junior uncle. Senior Lan Heng, if you have any resentment or anger, please direct it at me, Yuan Qing said. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect fell silent. After all, their sect leader was a thing of the past. However, at this moment, most of them were looking at Yuan Qing with admiration in their eyes. Everyone could see it. Yuan Qing was courting death. Ha! Before Lan Heng could say anything, Lan Jinyan burst out laughing. What a joke! Do you think you'll be able to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect alive just because you're no longer a member of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Let me tell you, if you don't see Duan Si Ling today, my grandfather won't let anyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect go. Even if you commit suicide after you announce your departure, my grandfather won't let anyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect go. When Lan Jinyan reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect whose expressions changed drastically. Listen up. If you don't see Duan Si Ling today, all of you will die. Even if you want to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect now, it's too late. Lan Jinyan sneered like a devil from hell. The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had just stood up fell to their knees again. Sect leader, supreme elder, please have mercy on us and hand Duan Si Ling over. Sect leader, supreme elder, please hand Duan Si Ling over. Please, sect leader. Please, supreme elder. Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng's expressions darkened when they saw the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect kowtowing and begging for mercy. Both of them looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. I've already left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, and I have nothing to do with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect anymore. I really don't know where Duan Si Ling is. Yuan Qing sighed. There was no turning back. She did not expect this would happen. If her disciple, Duan Si Ling, was still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she would have no choice but to hand her over. Me too. Yu Baifeng sighed. Her thoughts were similar to Yuan Qing's. If that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Lan Heng's expression darkened as his celestial origin energies surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy had transformed into a gust of wind that swept out in all directions. Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng's expressions were indifferent. However, their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies as their celestial weapons appeared out of thin air. It was clear both of them were prepared to fight Lan Heng to the death. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Teacher! Teacher! Two voices rang in the air as two beautiful figures descended from the clouds. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng. Duan Si Ling. Lan Jinyan stared at one of the women who had just appeared. His eyes glowed with greed. End of this chapter. Chapter 3375. Si Ling. Tianwu? The sudden appearance of the two beautiful figures caused Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng, who were ready to attack, to be stunned. After that, their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the two women who had left 2 days ago would suddenly return. Did they not agree to it? Why did they return? At the same time, the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect pointed at one of the two women who had just appeared and impatiently said to Lanheng, "Senior Lanheng, Duan Siling is here." "That's right. She's Duan Siling." "Senior Lanheng, she's Duan Siling." When the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciples and elders saw Duan Siling, their eyes lit up immediately. It was as though they had seen their savior. Earlier, Lanheng, the celestial emperor from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect, had threatened to annihilate the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if he did not see Duan Siling. It was useless even if the sect leader and supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect left the sect. He did not even give them a chance to leave the sect. For this reason, previously, they had been in despair. However, now that Duan Siling had appeared, they felt like they had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. The two women were none other than Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu, who had left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect 2 days ago. Duan Siling kneeled in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. "Teacher, Junior Grand, I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Feng Tianwu kneeled in front of Yu Baifeng as well. Naturally, she knew the main reason her teacher protected Duan Siling was because of her. It was not because Duan Siling was her junior grandniece. "Why did you come back?" Yu Baifeng was stunned for a moment. She was so angry that she was trembling. Things had already developed to this point. Why did her disciple and martial nephew come back? How could they bear to do such a thing? "Siling, why did you come back?" Yu Wenqing's expression darkened. She did not expect Duan Siling to return. She instinctively moved to shield Duan Siling as she stared at Lan Jinyan and Lanheng coldly. "Nyen, she's Duan Siling?" Lanheng restrained the power of the law of wind. He glanced at the young woman behind Yu Wenqing and asked Lan Jinyan. "Grandpa, that's her?" Lan Jinyan said excitedly. "All right." Lanheng nodded. Then, he waved his hand and said to the disciples of the Cold Drizzle celestial sect, "Leave the betrothal gifts here." As soon as Lanheng finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Siling. "Senior Lanheng, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why do you have to do this?" Yu Wenqing stood in front of Duan Siling and looked at Lanheng with an unsightly expression. However, if Lanheng was so easily persuaded, things would not have developed to this point. "Yu Wenqing, it's best if you move aside. Otherwise, I'm afraid your disciple, Duan Siling, will have to send her off." Lanheng stared at Yu Wenqing, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Teacher." At this moment, Duan Siling stood up and took a few steps forward to shield Yu Wenqing. She looked at Lanheng coldly and said, "You're Lanheng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle celestial sect?" "Little girl." Lanheng smiled indifferently. "It's your fortune to be able to marry my grandson. Don't be ungrateful. If you don't want the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to die with you, it's best if you come with us." Exclamation point. At this moment, Feng Tianwu stood up and stood next to Duan Siling. She looked at Lanheng and sneered. "Lanheng, don't you know what kind of person your grandson is? How dare you say it's Siling's fortune to be able to marry him? Is he worthy of my Siling?" Feng Tianwu's tone was unfriendly. "It's up to me whether he's worthy or not." Lanheng smiled disdainfully. "If you want me to marry him, you can try to persuade my father." Duan Siling said icily as she narrowed her eyes. A cold gleam could be seen in her eyes. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng looked at each other when they heard Duan Siling's words. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. "Your father?" Lanheng raised an eyebrow and asked disdainfully, "Where is he? If he's in front of me, do you think he won't give me any face?" As soon as Lanheng finished speaking, a cold voice rang in the air. "Hermph!" A cold snort rang from the clouds in the sky. The sound attracted everyone's attention before 3 figures descended from the clouds. Everyone looked up and saw a man in the sky. A man and 2 women descended from the clouds. The person in the lead was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His brows were dashing and his eyes were bright. The moment he appeared, the eyes of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's elders and disciples brightened. What a handsome man! However, when their eyes landed on the face of the woman in snow-white clothes beside the man, their eyes narrowed. Many of them even subconsciously inhaled a breath of cold air. How beautiful! Heavens! There's such a peerless beauty in this world? The white-clad woman leaned against the purple-clad young man and held his arm. Her eyes were calm, but when she looked at Duan Si Ling, a hint of tenderness could be seen in her eyes. Apart from the purple-clad young man and the white-clad woman, a beautiful golden-clad woman also descended from the sky. Brother Ling Tian, I overheard the old man telling Si Ling that you don't dare to disrespect him in front of him. The golden-clad woman looked down at Lan Heng and giggled. I'd like to see what he's going to do if I don't give him face. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Although his expression was kind, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Lan Heng. There's a celestial emperor among them? Lan Heng's expression turned solemn when he saw the three people in front of him. Although he could not see through their cultivation bases, his divine consciousness was blocked. This meant the three people in front of him were not simple. When the golden-clad woman and the purple-clad young man spoke to each other, it was obvious they were looking down on him. You're Duan Si Ling's father? Lan Heng asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face when the three of them landed next to Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored Lan Heng. Instead, he turned to look at Yu Wenqing and smiled faintly. Sect leader Yu Wen, thank you for taking care of my daughter for the past 100 years. You're welcome. Yu Wenqing was startled. After she came back to her senses, she quickly responded humbly. Even her words didn't convey her meaning. At this moment, waves of shock surged in the depths of her heart. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian would return. Not only had her disciple, Duan Si Ling, returned, but she had also brought her father with her. She had heard from her junior sister, Feng Tianwu, that Duan Si Ling's father was the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, it was highly likely he would go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he was not there 100 years ago. Now that Duan Si Ling's father was here, Yu Wenqing realized something. She was certain her disciple and junior sister had gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to invite the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens! That was the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was the most sacred place in the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Duan Si Ling's father was able to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven meant he was highly regarded by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If it were not for Duan Si Ling, Yu Wenqing would not have been able to meet Duan Si Ling's father. At this moment, Yu Wenqing wasn't the only one who was frightened. Even Feng Tianwu's teacher, Yu Baifeng, was terrified. He's Si Ling's father? Is he Tianwu's boyfriend? Yu Baifeng looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Elder Baifeng. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Baifeng with a wide smile on his face. Thank you for taking care of Tianwu all these years. It's my pleasure. Yu Baifeng felt slightly awkward. So what if he was a titled celestial lord? She could not help but tremble slightly when she thought about how Duan Ling Tian was related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Didn't you hear my grandfather's question? He asked if you're Duan Si Ling's father. Lan Jinyan said in an unfriendly tone as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's back. So, you're the one who wants to marry Si Ling? Little Gold asked as she slowly walked toward Lan Jinyan. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lan Jinyan. In just a blink of an eye, Little Gold was standing in front of Lan Jinyan. HM? Seeing Xiao Jin's action, Lan Heng also looked at her with vigilance. Little Gold. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian spoke as he slowly turned around. Leave it to me. Little Gold was slightly taken aback when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, she did not dare to disobey him. She stuck out her tongue playfully before she turned around and left. Initially, she wanted to tease Ling Tian. However, since Duan Ling Tian had said he would handle it himself, it would be inappropriate for her to interfere. After all, she could tell Duan Ling Tian was truly angry at her. Huan, stay with Si Ling, Huan. Let go of Duan Ling Tian's hand and walk to Duan Si Ling's side. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and faced Lan Heng, Lan Jinyan, and the others. Are you going to interfere in this matter as well? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan before it landed on the remaining middle-aged man among the three leaders. The middle-aged man was none other than Lan Heng's disciple, Lei Zhinshan. He's my disciple, Lei Zhinshan, Lan Heng said in a deep voice. So, they're in cahoots? Duan Lingtian nodded. Understood. No. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lei Zhinshan hastily interjected. At the same time, his figure flashed before he reappeared in the distance. Sir, I, Lei Zhinshan, used to be Lan Heng's disciple. However, I'm leaving the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect and severing all ties with Lan Heng, Lei Zhinshan said confidently. Chapter 3376. Lei Zhinshan, a celestial emperor from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. He was the disciple of Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Moreover, he was known as the most talented person in the history of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. He was also known as the person who had the highest chance of becoming a titled Celestial Emperor. Due to this reason, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect were shocked when they heard Lei Zhinshan's name. Their expressions darkened even further. However, when they heard Lei Zhinshan's next words, they were all stunned. Heavens! What was Lei Zhinshan doing? Leaving the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? Sever all ties with Lan Hengjin? None of them had expected Lei Zhinshan to suddenly say such words. Moreover, Lei Zhinshan seemed to have nothing to do with Lan Heng and the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian did not expect Lei Zhinshan's reaction. He looked at Lei Zhinshan meaningfully before he decided to ignore him. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. She told him what kind of person Lei Zhinshan was, causing a ripple in his heart. Lei Zhinshan is quite a character. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He must have noticed something, but just because he was unable to confirm his suspicions, he decided to betray his teacher and the sect? Duan Lingtian had a feeling things were not as simple as they seemed. Lei Zhinshan. Lan Heng finally regained his senses. He was the most shocked out of everyone present when he heard Lei Zhinshan's words. Even in his dreams, he did not expect Lei Zhinshan would be so treacherous. What do you mean by that? Lan Heng asked in a deep voice as he glared at Lei Zhinshan. Lan Jinyan, Lan Heng's grandson, also regained his senses at this moment. He looked at Lei Zhinshan in disbelief and anger. Lan Heng. Lei Zhinshan glanced at Lan Heng indifferently and said, Don't you know what I mean? In order for your son to become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, you hastily stepped down from your position and allowed your son to become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Do you think I care about the position of sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? That's fine. Moreover, according to the rules of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, there are some things that should belong to the person with the highest innate talent. However, you gave them to your son, Lan Kongxian. If I continue to stay in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, I'll only hinder my path to becoming a titled Celestial Emperor. I've been preparing to leave for a long time. Today, I'll take this opportunity to tell you something. Lei Zhinshan said. You? Lan Heng was enraged. You unfilial disciple. Have you forgotten who took you in as a disciple and nurtured you to this day? Lei Zhinshan sneered. Lan Heng, don't flatter yourself. Back then, my innate talent was slightly higher than my younger brother's. You took me in as your disciple, and he had an elder from a second-grade sect as his master. However, that sect decided to nurture him. Currently, he's even stronger than me. If my younger brother and I had followed that person earlier, we would be far stronger than we are now. Lei Zhinshan sneered. I won't interfere in today's matter. Lei Zhinshan stood in the distance with his arms crossed as he looked at Lan Heng mockingly. Then he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, Sir, if you're capable of killing them, I won't interfere. Naturally, if you're killed, I won't help you. Lei Zhinshan said. Upon hearing the conversation between Lei Zhinshan and Lan Heng, realization dawned on everyone present, including Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had a hunch that something was amiss. It seemed like he was right. Lei Zhinshan, I'll deal with you after I'm done with this matter. Lan Heng said angrily. Old man, you might be stronger than me, but it won't be easy for you to kill me. Lei Zhinshan sneered. Lan Heng took a deep breath and turned away from Lei Zhinshan. He was afraid he would attack Lei Zhinshan in a fit of rage. If that happened, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect might take advantage of the situation. You? Lan Heng's expression darkened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Do your best. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from to force my daughter to marry you. Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Although his tone was calm, anyone could hear the suppressed anger in his voice. Lan Heng's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian was too calm. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. Even if he was wary of Duan Lingtian, he could not back down. Moreover, Duan Lingtian might not let the matter rest even if he retreated. He might as well see how strong Duan Lingtian was. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a green storm surged out of Lan Heng's body. His celestial origin energy and the law of wind formed a terrifying storm that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Lan Heng, the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, had comprehended the law of wind. At this moment, Little Gold, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, could not help but chuckle. He's at least a 3-talent Celestial Emperor or a 4-phenomenon Celestial Emperor. I didn't expect him to have yet to comprehend all the profundities from the law of wind. Lan Heng's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he unleashed all the profundities from the law of wind. However, there were no signs of him comprehending the other profundities. It was clear Lan Heng had only comprehended 8 of the 9 profundities from the law of wind, including the fundamental profundity. How dare you force my daughter to marry you when you're so weak? At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled as well. He extended his right hand, and a 7-colored sword ray shot out. It was his 7 orifices exquisite sword. The moment it appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. Subsequently, before the crowd regained their senses, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook. Immediately, a wave of 7-colored energy surged out of the sword and flew up into the sky like a fairy scattering flowers. A few moments later, the energy transformed into a huge 7-colored cage that enveloped Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. Barf! Lan Heng's expression turned solemn when he sensed the pressure from the cage. On the other hand, Lan Jinyan's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ningaf! Lan Heng's expression changed drastically as he hastily moved closer to Lan Jinyan. The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as he released his storm energy to help Lan Jinyan. You're just a 1 basic celestial emperor. Even if you've comprehended the law of space and possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, do you really think you're a match for me? Lan Heng sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian spat twice. With just a thought, the 7-colored cage shrunk rapidly. At the same time, a violent spatial energy surged out of the cage. I'll break your space shackles now. Lan Heng shouted as a green storm surged out of his body in an attempt to break free from Duan Lingtian's space shackles profundity. However, as soon as his storm energy surged out, it was crushed by the violent spatial energy. Moreover, the violent spatial energy continued to press down on him and sent him flying. Blarg! Lan Heng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. The fused profundity. Why, you've comprehended the fused profundity from the law of space? Lan Heng was still confident in himself a moment ago. But now, his confidence had been completely crushed by the person in front of him. Heavens! The fused profundity. Moreover, it was the fused profundity from the law of space. Who was this person before him? How could he comprehend the fused profundity from the law of space when he was only a one basic celestial emperor? To, 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 to. Zhou Donghuang's expression was indifferent. With a single thought, space cracks appeared within the rainbow cage. In the end, a total of 9 space cracks appeared. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9-dimensional decapitators whizzed out and then fused together to form an even more terrifying dimensional decapitator. It whizzed through the air and headed straight for Lan Heng. This was another fused profundity that Duan Lingtian had comprehended with the help of the supreme divinity. It could fuse perfectly with the space elemental profundity. It could merge the 9-dimensional / profundity into one or split the 9-dimensional / profundity into one. The space elemental profundity was much more dispersed. Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect and the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, cried out in pain. In just a blink of an eye, Lan Heng's legs were severed. Then, the space elemental profundity swirled around his legs and turned them into a pool of blood. Buzz. Another ear-piercing and soul-shaking hum rang out. Dimensional / whistled out, taking away one of Lan Heng's arms once more. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, Lan Heng's eyes were filled with despair and remorse. Why did he come? Why did he come? If he had known a 4th-grade sect was so difficult to deal with, he would not have come. Moreover, he would not have helped his grandson force Lan Jinyan into marriage. Who would have thought a mere 4th-grade sect's disciple would have such a powerful backer? However, you can rest assured that the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect will accompany you in death. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Lan Heng. It was as though he was talking about something that was not important at all. Lan Heng's eyes widened immediately. Lan Jinyan's face was pale from fear. He did not expect the father of the woman he had set his eyes on to be such a person. His grandfather was completely crushed by the other party, unable to retaliate at all. Chapter 3377. On the other hand, Lei Zhinshan, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He was glad he had made the right decision earlier. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape death today. Earlier, I felt the young man did not take Lan Heng seriously and was extremely confident. That's why I took the opportunity to cut ties with Lan Heng. Naturally, I'm confident I'll be able to escape unscathed if I cut ties with Lan Heng. The reason why Lei Zhinshan cut ties with Lan Heng at such a critical moment was because he felt Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person, apart from the fact that he had a grudge against Lan Heng. He was even calmer than Lan Heng. In his opinion, since Duan Siling came with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Duan Siling must have told Duan Siling about Lan Heng's strength. However, Duan Lingtian still dared to come at a time like this. Was he here to seek death? That was impossible. However, even though Lei Zhinshan felt that the purple-clad young man in front of him might be stronger than Lan Heng, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. He has comprehended the fused profundity? He's only a one basic celestial emperor. Lei Zhinshan was confident in his strength. However, as a two-formed celestial emperor, he had just comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal and was about to fuse profundities. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was a one basic celestial emperor who had mastered the fused profundities. Earlier, Lei Zhinshan had discovered Duan Lingtian had fused 2 profundities together. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's sword was even more terrifying than an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Even if Lan Heng and I join forces, we won't be a match for him. Thinking up to here, Lei Zhinshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced at his wisdom. Sir. Duan Lingtian's face was pale. Lan Heng's face was ghastly pale as he looked at Duan Lingtian. There was only fear in his eyes. All of this is my, Lan Heng's, fault. Please don't vent your anger on my grandson and the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Now, Lan Heng also realized that he would definitely die today. The strength of the purple-clothed youth in front of him was not something he could contend against. Hearing Lan Heng's words, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Then he opened his big hand. It was as if he was using the wind as a knife. He swept through the void and entered the colorful cage without any hindrance. Puchi. With a soft sound, Lan Jinyan's body broke apart at the waist, and Lan Jinin cried out in pain, "Grandpa! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" Lan Heng's pupils shrank as he hurriedly said, "Sir, please spare my grandson's life." However, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to Lan Heng's words. Then he turned to look at his daughter, Duan Xiling. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a doting smile. "Xiling, do you want to kill them yourself?" "All right." Duan Xiling's frost dreams stared at Lan Heng and his grandson. It was because of these two that her beloved teacher was put in a difficult position and even threatened to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She knew very well how her teacher, Yu Wenqing, felt about the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She could imagine how painful it was for her teacher to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Duan Xiling blamed herself for this. After all, she was the cause of all this. Naturally, it was not her fault. She was forced to do so by the grandfather and his grandson. "Father, I'll capture them now." Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around. With a wave of his hand, Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan's bodies were brought to Duan Xiling. "Spare me! Spare me!" Lan Jinyan begged for mercy in horror. A hint of despair could be seen in Lan Heng's eyes as well. "Sush!" Duan Xiling raised her hand, and a celestial sword appeared in her hand. The sword was like a rainbow as it instantly killed Lan Heng and his granddaughter, who were completely suppressed by her father's strength. "Father!" After killing Lan Heng and his granddaughter, Duan Xiling threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms and cried loudly. It was as though she had finally released all the pent-up emotions that she had been suppressing for days. Duan Lingtian gently patted Duan Xiling's back to comfort her. However, he did not say anything as he looked at Duan Xiling lovingly. He had not seen his daughter for more than 200 years. Initially, he thought he would only be able to see her after 700 years in the Divine Offering Land. He did not expect she had already left the Divine Offering Land and had stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for more than 100 years. Yesterday, when he saw his daughter, it could be said that he was wild with joy because this was a great surprise for him. However, when he learned about the difficulties his daughter and Tianwu faced, he immediately asked them to lead the way to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. They arrived early in the morning, but they did not show themselves. They only showed themselves at the critical moment. He's really Duan Xiling's father? Heavens! Duan Xiling's father is a celestial emperor? Moreover, he's such a powerful celestial emperor. He's too strong. The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect regained their senses after Lan Heng and his grandson were killed by Duan Lingtian. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. He was too strong. Lan Heng, the strongest person in the second-grade cold drizzle celestial sect, was a four-phenomenon celestial emperor. However, Duan Lingtian had easily toyed with him. How strong was Duan Lingtian? Was he close to becoming a titled celestial emperor? A titled celestial emperor? Apart from the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, even Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Although they knew Duan Xiling's father had become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, they did not know how strong Duan Xiling's father was. It was only now that they realized Duan Xiling's father was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Initially, they thought Duan Xiling's father had to rely on the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to suppress Lan Heng from the cold drizzle celestial sect. They did not expect Duan Xiling's father would be able to defeat Lan Heng so easily. Sect leader Yuan. Duan Lingtian patted Duan Xiling's head after she left his embrace. Then he looked at Yu Wenqing and said, "To thank you for taking care of my daughter, I'll give you a gift." Xiling's father, You're being too polite. There's no need for this gift. I've been with Xiling for more than 100 years. I've long treated her like my own daughter. Yu Wenqing quickly declined. Sect leader Yuan, don't reject it. If you don't accept the gift, it'll only benefit others. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Hm? Yu Wenqing was confused. Sect Leader Yuan, if you and Elder Yu are interested, you can follow me to the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Wenqing with a mysterious smile on his face. Then, he looked at Lei Zhenshan and said indifferently, I plan to visit the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Can you lead the way? I'm willing to serve you, my lord. Lei Zhenshan replied respectfully before he led the way. At the same time, he thought to himself, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect is finished. After Lei Zhenshan left, Duan Lingtian, Duan Si Ling, Feng Tianwu, Huan, and Little Gold followed Lei Zhenshan. At this moment, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, including Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng, finally regained their senses. They finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant by gift. The Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was a second-grade sect. Its estate had a king-grade celestial crystal vein. Due to this, the heaven and earth spirit energy in its estate was much more abundant than the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. There was only one Duke-grade celestial crystal vein in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Is Duan Si Ling's father really planning to annihilate the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? Is he planning to give the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Heavens! Isn't this gift a little too scary? The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect were shocked when they regained their senses. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Was it time for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect to move to a better estate? Under normal circumstances, even if the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect gave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect their estate, it would be difficult for them to defend it. However, if it was a gift from a powerhouse like Duan Si Ling's father, no one would dare to snatch it from them. This was the deterrent effect of a powerhouse. Even if Duan Lingtian snatched the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate, he would still have to defend it tomorrow. Moreover, he would offend a powerhouse. If possible, no one would want to offend a powerhouse like Duan Lingtian. As for those who were stronger than Duan Lingtian, they would not be interested in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate. I've said it earlier. I, Yu Wenqing, am no longer the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Yu Wenqing's expression darkened when she heard the discussion among the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's elders and disciples. She could feel a surge of anger rising in her heart. Earlier, these people wanted to push her favorite disciple, Duan Si Ling, to her death. How dare they accept the gift from her disciple's father? How laughable! Although Yu Wenqing knew they were forced to do this, she could not help but feel angry when she saw their expressions. All of you, it's better for you to guard the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. Yu Baifeng glanced at the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect indifferently before she moved to follow Duan Lingtian and the others. Yu Wenqing, naturally, followed closely behind. Sect Leader, Supreme Elder. Sect Leader, Supreme Elder, we had no choice earlier. Otherwise, we would have died. We can give up the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate, but the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect can't do without you. That's right, Sect Leader, Supreme Elder, we can't do without you. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect changed drastically as they followed Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. If Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng left, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect would not even be considered a fourth-grade sect. At most, it would only be a fifth-grade sect. Moreover, once the news spread, they might not be able to withstand the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. Chapter 3378. In the Devata realms, the grade of a force was directly related to the number of powerhouses in the force. For example, a grade 4 force, whether it was a grade 4 clan or a grade 4 sect, had to have at least one titled Celestial Lord. Otherwise, they would not be able to protect their territory. Therefore, a force without a titled Celestial Lord was not considered a grade 4 force. For example, when Duan Lingtian was in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, the strongest sects and the 10 major clans were grade 5 forces. None of them were grade 4 forces. This was because although there were many celestial lords among them, none of them were titled celestial lords. In fact, there was only one titled celestial lord in the entire southern heaven territory, the southern heaven celestial lord. Sect leader. Supreme elder. A few elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had caught up to Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng, who were flying at full speed, kneeled in the air and blocked their path. While Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were forced to stop moving, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had caught up to them also knelt around Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. Sect leader, I know you're angry. However, there's only one person on one side and the entire sect on the other. We have no choice. Supreme Elder, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect can't do without you. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and the others were unaware of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng's predicament. However, Duan Xiling could not help but frown. This is bad. Earlier, teacher said she would leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. With her temper, it's almost impossible for her to change her mind. Xiling, don't worry. At this moment, Feng Tianwu shook her head and said, no matter how stubborn senior sister is, the elders, senior sisters, and junior sisters of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't let her go. If everyone begs her to stay, she won't be able to leave. Even my master won't let her go. Feng Tianwu smiled. You should know that the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is a 4th grade sect because of my teacher. She's a titled celestial lord, so no one would dare to offend her. Duan Xiling nodded and said, you should know that the reason the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is a 4th grade sect is because of my teacher. The best resource in a 4th grade sect is a Duke grade celestial crystal vein. However, a single vein of that grade is only enough to tempt some celestial lords. Even titled celestial lords might not be interested in it. However, if senior sister really leaves the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it's impossible for teacher to continue staying in the sect. At that time, without senior sister and master's protection, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will become a 5th grade sect. Those elders and that group of senior and junior sisters will not allow senior sister and teacher to leave. Feng Tianwu said. Before Duan Xiling could reply, Little Gold frowned and said, are they that shameless? Previously, they forced Xiling's teacher and your teacher to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At that time, they didn't even ask your teacher to stay. However, now that the crisis has passed, they've changed their minds. Aren't they a little too shameless? Little Gold was slightly puzzled. In her world, black was black and white was white. Of course, to her, even if her big brother Ling Tian and the people around her big brother Ling Tian were evil, she was willing to follow them to the end without any regrets. That's how realistic they are. Feng Tianwu said with a sigh. Moreover, it's not their fault. No matter who it is, they wouldn't be willing to sacrifice their lives for a single person. I can understand them. Duan Xiling nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate under Lei Zhenshan's lead. Lei Zhenshan was the vanguard. Buzz, 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 buzz. As Lei Zhenshan's figure flashed, he sent out numerous saber rays, killing the patrolling disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The patrolling disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect could not figure it out until the moment they died. Why did Elder Lei of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect suddenly attack them without saying a word? Lei Zhenshan took the lead, unleashing a massacre while revealing a bitter smile. Although he hated Lan Heng, it did not mean he hated the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. He was killing the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect to save his own life. He was not sure if the purple-clad young man behind him would spare his life or not. For this reason, he tried his best to put on a good show in the hopes that the purple-clad young man would show mercy. Lei Zhenshan, what's the meaning of this? Lei Zhenshan's massacre quickly attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, personally led a group of people to intercept Lei Zhenshan. Lan Kongxian was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a dignified expression on his face. At this moment, he was looking at Lei Zhenshan with a dark expression on his face. Lan Kongxian, your son, Lan Jinyan, and your father, Lan Heng, are both dead. It's best if you stop struggling. Lei Zhenshan sighed. The expressions of the people from the cold drizzle celestial sect changed when they heard Lei Zhenshan's words. When they heard Lei Zhenshan's words, their first thought was that they did not believe Lei Zhenshan. However, when they saw the strangers behind Lei Zhenshan, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Aren't you Feng Tianwu, the disciple of Yu Bai Feng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? One of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect recognized Feng Tianwu. Isn't that Duan Si Ling, the disciple of Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Lei Zhenshan went to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect with the old sect leader and the young sect leader, right? What's going on? Soon after, another high-ranking official from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect recognized Duan Si Ling. You talk too much. The expression of Lan Kong Xian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, changed drastically when the golden-clad young woman stepped forward. Then, her body began to fade away. In the next moment, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the golden-clothed woman disappeared and was replaced by an enormous being that was as large as a mountain. It was a huge rat with a dark gold body and red eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. The huge rat seemed clumsy, but it moved at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, led by Lan Kong Xian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Bang! Apart from Lan Kong Xian and the other two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect who managed to dodge, the other high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect exploded. Their bodies were reduced to a bloody mist in just a blink of an eye. Ever since I became a celestial emperor, I haven't fought with all my might. Today, I'll play with the three of you. The giant rat grinned. It looked like a giant, but its voice was that of a young woman. It sounded very strange. Little Gold. Feng Tianwu was dumbstruck. Even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen Xiao Jin, it was still the first time she'd seen Xiao Jin make a move after reuniting with it this time. In just a blink of an eye, Lan Kong Xian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, and the other two high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect were sent flying by the huge rat. Blood spurted from their mouths. How boring. Too weak. With 3 slaps from the huge rat, Lan Kong Xian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, and the other two high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect were killed. Lei Zhenshan, who was standing at the side, trembled in fear. Even this greater rat was more powerful than him. From today onward, the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is no more. If you don't want to die, leave now. Xiao Jin withdrew her true form and transformed back into a beautiful young woman with a graceful figure. When her voice reverberated in the air, it contained a vast amount of celestial origin energy. In the beginning, some of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's disciples were unaware of the situation. However, when they learned about the calamity the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect was facing, they quickly fled the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate. In less than an hour, the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate was empty. Meanwhile, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, led by Yu Wenqing and Yu Bai Feng, finally arrived. Sect leader Yu, there's no one left in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate. This place is my gift to you. Duan Lingtian said to Yu Wenqing with a smile. Then he looked at Yu Bai Feng and said, from today onward, if you have any problems, you can send a message to Si Ling or Tianwu. I'll do my best to help. If you're free, you can also look for Si Ling and Tianwu in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were dumbfounded. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Si Ling's father was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? All right. Yu Wenqing and Yu Bai Feng nodded. Their faces were filled with smiles. After all, they had learned from Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu that once Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned, he would officially accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. If it was any other time, they would have looked up to Duan Lingtian. And now, thanks to the blessing of their disciples, they had formed a good relationship with such an existence. Si Ling, Tian Wu, you should catch up with your teacher. After that, we'll return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After that, we'll discuss how to look for little Fei, Yen Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had learned that Duan Si Ling and Yu Bai Feng had left. His daughter, Duan Si Ling, and Feng Tianwu had left the divine offering land. Even his wife, Li Fei, his son, and his parents, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, had been sent away by Ker's third uncle, Xia Jie. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of their whereabouts. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling had Li Fei, Duan Yen Tian, Duan Ruffing, and Feng Wudao's soul pearls. However, they had not received any replies when they tried to send messages through their soul pearls. Duan Ling Tian wondered if those people did not have communication celestial talismans or if they were not in the solitary destructive heaven. Chapter 3379. Before Feng Tianwu, Duan Si Ling, and the others were sent out of the divine offering land by Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, he had given them a pile of soul pearls so they could exchange soul pearls with each other. In order to preserve their soul pearls, he had given Feng Tianwu, Duan Si Ling, and the others high-quality soul pearls from the realms of gods. It would not be a problem for the soul pearls to retain their soul energy for 10,000 years. Xia Jie knew that he could only guarantee that they would be sent to a mundane realm, but he didn't know which mundane realm they would be sent to. In fact, they might even be sent to multiple mundane realms. Giving them soul pearls would make it easier for them to reunite after they ascended to the Devata realms. It was impossible for them to reunite in the mundane realms unless they were together from the beginning. After all, there were many mundane realms. Even if there were communication celestial talismans in mundane realms, they would not be able to communicate even if they were in different realms. It would only be convenient for them to communicate after ascending to a Devata realm. Even if they were not in the same Devata realm, they could travel to different Devata realms to contact each other. As long as they could contact each other, they would be able to meet up. However, Xia Jie had not given Feng Tianwu and the others any immortal message talismans. Time was of the essence, and Xia Jie did not have many immortal message talismans. Elder brother Duan, when Si Ling and I arrived in that mundane realm, apart from a few people, we had all the soul pearls in our possession. After leaving the cold drizzle celestial sect and the cloudy sunbow sword sect's estate, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Ling Tian solemnly on their way back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I have all the soul pearls of the 7 absolute sect's disciples. However, apart from senior sister Mu Yi's soul pearl, the others' soul pearls have all shattered. Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet prodigy, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Previously, when Yun Qing Yen had brought Duan Ling Tian's friends and family to the divine offering land, Mu Yi had been taken away as well. She had only left the divine offering land after Xia Jie had sent them away. As for where it went, it was still uncertain. However, from what Feng Tianwu had just said, only Duan Ling Tian, Mu, and Duan Ling Tian were still alive. The others were all dead. They all died. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with hatred as he clenched his fists tightly. Yun Qing Yen, if I don't kill you, I, Duan Lingen, swear I'm not human. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'll look for you in the divine offering land when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. The current Duan Ling Tian had completely lost his composure. Killing intent swept out from his body, causing the surrounding people to feel traces of an oppressive aura. Are the other soul orbs still there? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Si Ling and I have Sister Fei, soul orbs, Nian Tian's soul orbs, Uncle Rufeng's soul orbs, Li Ro's soul orbs, Xuanai's soul orbs, and my father's soul orbs. Their soul orbs are still intact. As for Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs, I don't have them. However, my father has Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs. If we can find my father, we'll be able to confirm if Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs are still intact. Feng Tianwu said. All right. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At the same time, he prayed inwardly that his Senior Bai Li Hong and the others were fine. Otherwise, he would not be able to forgive himself. After all, the whole thing was an unexpected calamity to the others. It was all because of him. If Yun Qingyan did not hate him and wanted to force Kerr to leave him, his family and friends would not have been forcibly brought to the divine offering land by Yun Qingyan. Let's return to the heavenly palace and sort out the names of the Devata realms. Tongwu Si Ling, give me their soul orbs and I'll go look for them. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling. Based on his words, he was prepared to visit all the Devata realms to see if he could find his family and friends. Based on the time, based on the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, as long as they're still alive, there's a high chance they've ascended to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian said. Elder brother Duan, I'll go with you. Feng Tianwu said solemnly. Father, I want to go as well. Duan Si Ling chimed in as well. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, they could tell Duan Lingtian wanted them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven so he could search for his family and friends. Both of you can stay in the heavenly palace and cultivate. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something as he said, All right, let's go together. The cultivation environment in my little world is much better than the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not inferior to the cultivation environment in Duan Lingtian's little world, it was still inferior to the cultivation environment in his little world. The heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world came from the ruins of the realms of gods. Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling's innate talent had improved greatly after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian went to Hualao and asked, Hualao, do you know the names of the 81 Devata realms? HM? Hualao was slightly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then he shook his head and said, I don't have time to remember them. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I want to look for someone. Duan Lingtian explained his plan to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Hualao nodded and said, I understand. Give me 2 days to sort it out for you. Thank you, Hualao. Duan Lingtian thanked Duan Lingtian before he bade farewell to Hualao and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Huang was a sensible girl. After returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Huan did not stick to Duan Lingtian like she did in the past. Instead, she gave Duan Lingtian some alone time with Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate. Instead, he spent time with Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling and listened to them talk about what had happened after they left the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard about their adventures. Although he knew they had managed to escape, he could not help but feel anxious. Father, Huan has a special relationship with you, right? Duan Si Ling looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked with a faint smile on her face after she was done with her story. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Tianwu before he sighed. Then he recounted how he met Huan, got to know her, and fell in love with her. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu affectionately before he said with a smile, After we rescue Kerr, I'll give you a grand wedding. Elder brother Duan, I don't mind. Feng Tianwu said softly. This is my promise to you. It won't change. My feelings for you will never change. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Back when they were still in the mundane realm, Huan had almost died for him. How could he let her down when she was willing to sacrifice her life for him? Moreover, it was true that he liked her. Mother, a hint of worry appeared in Duan Si Ling's eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian mentioning her mother. Father, Do you think Mother will be fine? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in this world. Duan Lingtian had learned about this even before he ascended to the Divine Ascension realm in the mundane realm. Hua Lao, are you coming with us? Duan Lingtian had obtained a memory celestial talisman from Hua Lao that contained the names of the 81 Devata realms. Therefore, he had heard from Hua Lao that he was planning to go with them. Hua Lao nodded with a smile. It's been a long time since I left the heavenly palace. This time, I'll go with you. Moreover, Meng Luo will be worried if I don't go with you. Perhaps he'll decide to go with you. Do you want him to go with you, or do you want me to go with you? Hua Lao asked with a smile. In Meng Luo's eyes, you're the only young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If something happens to you, he won't be able to answer to Lord Heavenly Emperor. You won't be able to understand how important Lord Heavenly Emperor is to you. Hua Lao said, Has Senior Feng Qingyang ever blamed me? Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed. After all, he was the reason Feng Qingyang's main body was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I've asked Lord Heavenly Emperor about this. Hua Lao said with a smile, Lord Heavenly Emperor said he doesn't blame you. Instead, he wants to thank you for giving him such a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. If he had cultivated normally, it would have taken him at least a few thousand years or even 10,000 years to reach his current level. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hua Lao's words. Naturally, the guilt in his heart did not lessen. Perhaps, the only way for him to feel better was to apologize to Senior Feng Qingyang and ease the guilt in his heart. Hua Lao, let's go. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Hua Lao before the two of them made their way to the first Devata realm through the transportation formation in the Heavenly Palace. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Lingtian and Huan had been to this Devata realm before. They had even gone to the Nando territory to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. After that, they had gone to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace. Let's see if they've responded. After arriving at the Jade Emperor territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Lingtian used the soul pearls given to him by Feng Tianwu to send messages to Li Fei, Duan Ruffing, and Duan Nian Tian before waiting for a response. While waiting for a response, Duan Lingtian teleported to the Nando territory. It's been a while since we left the Heavenly Pool Palace. If Senior Zhuge Feng and Senior Zhuge Yun are paying attention to the matters in the Heavenly Pool Palace, they must be worried about us. I should go and greet them. Chapter 3380. Su Li. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Su Li as he stood outside the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect's estate. He had not seen Su Li since he left the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Soon after, Su Li came out. His eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I heard from the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny that you went to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace to attend to some matters. They also told me not to look for you rashly. Have you dealt with the matter there? Duan Lingtian nodded. With just a thought, he summoned Little Gold out of his little world. Su Li, look at who this is. It was a young woman in a golden dress. She was beautiful and had a graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, she looked at Su Li with a faint smile. Su Li, long time no see. Little Gold took the initiative to greet Su Li. However, at this very moment, Su Li looked at the lady in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. You know me? It seems like our young master Su Li has a short memory. How sad. Xiao Jin shook his head and pretended to sigh. You? Su Li was even more confused now. Or you? It's impossible for me not to remember anyone I know. However, in my memories, there is no such person as you. There was one thing Su Li did not say. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity even though he was certain he had never seen this young woman before. Little Gold, stop joking with Su Li, Duan Lingtian laughed. Little Gold? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a thought appeared in Su Li's mind. He remembered the little girl dressed in golden robes when he was still in the mundane realm. It's her. Su Li understood. No wonder she gave him a feeling of déjà vu, and he was sure that he had never seen her before. It turned out that the little girl from back then had grown up. Su Li, you're amazing. I heard about you from brother Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to come to the Devata realm and have such a high cultivation base. Xiao Jin said with a smile. I didn't expect to meet an old friend from the mundane realm after Duan Ling Tian in the Devata realms. Su Li sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Duan Lingnan, now that you've returned, you won't be leaving, right? Although Duan Ling Tian had left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect with Su Li had learned from the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny that they had only left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect temporarily. In the future, he might still return. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Su Li's words. I came back to see you and the two progeny leaders. I might come back to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the future, but I won't be staying for long. I'm currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian smiled. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Su Li was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember you told me the legacy you obtained in the mundane realm was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang from the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect in the Saint Province realm. After Senior Feng Qingyang ascended to the Devata realms, he became the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The last time they met, Su Li had heard Duan Ling Tian mention this while they were chatting. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Has Senior Feng Qingyang officially accepted you as his disciple? Su Li asked again. Not yet. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned yet. Although I've gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll have to wait for him to return before I can officially become his disciple. Feng Qingyang was the only master Duan Ling Tian acknowledged. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Su Li smiled. Let's go. I'll bring you to the two progeny leaders. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he led Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao into the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's estate. At this moment, the floating islands appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. As for Little Gold, she had returned to Duan Ling Tian's little world. The cultivation environment in Duan Ling Tian's little world was far better than any place in the Devata realms. Even divine crystals could not compare to cultivating in the little world. At this moment, the divine tree of life stood in the center of Duan Ling Tian's little world. It was emitting a divine light. Two Ning dragons were lying at the foot of the tree of life as if they were in a deep slumber. The light of the tree of life fell on their bodies like stars. Upon closer inspection, one could see a five-colored energy circling the divine tree of life. It was none other than the five divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. The seventh form profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water, the chaos divine earth, and the eighth form chaos divine flame. Among the five-colored energy, the fiery red energy was the most eye-catching. After all, it was the eighth form chaos divine flame. At this moment, four figures could be seen sitting near the center of the divine tree of life. They were none other than Little Gold, Huan, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Xiling. After Duan Ling Tian had become a celestial emperor, the size of his little world had increased. A barren land had appeared outside the green land. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the barren land was slowly being absorbed by the green land. Now, that barren land was also being assimilated by the green land. It wouldn't be long before it would be as green as a painting, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. Progeny Leader. Senior. When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun again, the siblings did not seem to have changed much. Duan Ling Tian had also summoned Huan, a moment ago. Did everything go well? Zhuge Yun asked with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded. We've rescued Huan's parents. Under Zhuge Yun's curious questioning, Duan Ling Tian told her everything that had happened. Apart from the fact that he possessed the five divine elements, he did not hide anything else. You should have told us so that we could have helped you. Although the two of us might not be a match for the Grand Elder of the Dragons, "We're not afraid of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace," Zhuge Yun said as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a reproachful expression on her face. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun's strength. If they joined forces, they would not be afraid of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. In other words, they were on par with the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. The Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, Meng Chuan. "I didn't expect you to join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, you're destined to become the direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." Duan Lingtian had told Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun about the current situation, so Zhuge Yun could not help but sigh. "I didn't expect that the two of us would end up with nothing even though we managed to recruit a disciple for each of our progenies." Zhuge Yun sighed. "Senior, if you need help in the future, just send me a message. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help," Duan Lingtian said solemnly with a solemn expression on his face. Naturally, he felt guilty toward Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. After all, both of them were rather aloof in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. They rarely came out for others, but they came out for him and Huan. Moreover, they even recruited them into the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny. After that, they even went to the heavenly pool palace of the boundless heaven to gather information for them. However, it was destined that they would not be able to stay in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. "Little fellow, why are you in such a hurry?" "I was just joking." Zhuge Yun laughed and said, "It's an opportunity for us to have a relationship with you, the future disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Perhaps, we'll be able to use your name in the future." Zhuge Yun smiled. After staying in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect for half a day, Duan Lingtian and Huan bade farewell to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. At the same time, he realized the people he was looking for were not in the Jade Emperor heaven. Otherwise, they would have replied to his message. Naturally, there was another possibility. If Li Fei, Duan Ruffing, Duan Yentian, and the others were in closed-door cultivation in the Jade Emperor heaven, it was not surprising that they did not receive his message in time. However, Duan Lingtian had already made preparations for this. In his message, he told Li Fei and the others that he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If they were in closed-door cultivation, they could send a message to him. At that time, he would personally bring them to the heavenly palace. "Where's our next stop?" After Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Su Li and left the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's estate, Hua Lao asked. "Our next stop?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His eyes shone brightly as he said, "Let's go to the spirit overarching heaven." The spirit overarching heaven was the Devata realm where Duan Lingtian had first ascended to. He had stayed in the spirit overarching heaven for a long time. This time, Duan Lingtian had been transported to the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven and the profound nether mansion's estate. "Since I'm here, I should make a trip to the profound nether mansion and meet the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion." After sending out the messages, Duan Lingtian waited for a reply before he brought Hua Lao to the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion had not changed much. Everything was the same as before. The old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, was, naturally, happy to see Duan Lingtian. However, when he learned about Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so far ahead of him. Let's continue to the next stop. After a moment of hesitation, Duan Lingtian decided to go to the boundless heaven. However, before they arrived at the boundless heaven, Duan Lingtian looked at Hua Lao and asked, "Hua Lao, there's a rift between me and the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven. I'm afraid even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven views me as a thorn in his side. It should be fine for the two of us to go to the heavenly palace, right?" Duan Lingtian asked worriedly. "Perhaps we should return to the solitary destructive heaven and invite Senior Meng Luo along." With Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, around, Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease. He planned to go to the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven to meet his teacher, Su Lang, and his senior brothers and sisters to apologize to them. The Literature Pavilion. Chapter 3381. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hua Lao smiled faintly. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, I've never seen the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace before, but I've seen the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven once after he returned from the Azura Hell. He and many other Heavenly Emperors came to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor when they learned that Lord Heavenly Emperor had returned and reclaimed his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I've seen him that time. A hint of disdain could be seen in Hua Lao's eyes as he said, the Heavenly Emperors who came to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor were only ordinary Heavenly Emperors from the 81 Devata realms. Even if the stronger Heavenly Emperors wanted to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor, they would only send someone to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor. Only the weaker Heavenly Emperors would personally visit the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor. The Lord Heavenly Emperor that Hua Lao was referring to was none other than Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven is extremely courageous, he wouldn't dare to touch you. Hua Lao said confidently. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he realized how terrifying Feng Qingyang was. Even the Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm had personally visited the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven to curry favor with Feng Qingyang. In that case, let's head over there. Duan Lingtian said to Hua Lao before the duo teleported to the boundless heaven's boundless territory. It was close to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although there was a transporting formation in the Heavenly Pool Palace, it only allowed people to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace through the transporting formation. After arriving in the boundless heaven, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to send a message to the person who had left the soul mark on the soul pearl to see if there was a response. If there was a response, he would be able to locate the person. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao arrived at the Heavenly Pool Palace's encampment, the patrolling elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace immediately recognized them. In the past, Duan Lingtian was considered a celebrity in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His performances in the Prodigy Arena had attracted the attention of almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Everyone, I'm here to look for my teacher, Su Lang. Duan Lingtian smiled at the patrolling elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The patrolling elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They had heard that Duan Lingtian had personally injured Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian's strength was not something they could contend against. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just here to visit my family, Duan Lingtian said when he saw the uneasy expressions on the patrolling elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Then, he brought Hua Lao with him to the place where Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, cultivated. When the patrolling elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace saw Duan Lingtian and Lei Ying leaving, they looked at each other with a hint of fear in their eyes. Duan Lingtian is back? It said that Duan Lingtian was only able to leave because the Grand Elder of the Dragons, Ji Yunyan, the fragmentary element celestial emperor, helped him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave. The palace master wasn't the only one who was furious. Even the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven was furious. However, since the Heavenly Emperor couldn't do anything to Ji Yunyan, he had no choice but to let the matter rest. Shouldn't Duan Lingtian be hiding? Why did he come to the Heavenly Pool Palace so brazenly? Is he seeking death? It doesn't seem like he's here to seek death. I wonder who the old man behind him is. Is he the Grand Elder of the Dragons? How's that possible? That old man is following behind him as though he's a follower. Why would the Grand Elder of the Dragons act like that in front of him? While the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were whispering among themselves, the leading elder had already sent a message to the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Yu Fengyu, the Meng Chang Celestial Emperor. After sending the message, The heavenly pool palace's elders said to the patrolling disciples who were still whispering among themselves, "I've already informed the palace master of this matter. What happens next is out of our control. All of you, follow me and continue patrolling." While the patrolling disciples continued, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the place where Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie's celestial emperor, cultivated. He went straight to Su Lang's place. Teacher. Su Lang's expression did not change much when he saw Duan Lingtian again. However, a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. His expression changed as he asked, "Duan Lingtian, why are you back?" In Su Lang's opinion, Duan Lingtian had completely offended the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven by releasing the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison, especially the titled Celestial Emperors. However, Duan Lingtian had returned in less than 100 years. Was he not afraid of death? "Teacher, I came back to visit you and my senior brothers and sisters. I've already sent a message to them. I'm sorry about what happened last time," Duan Lingtian said apologetically. "I don't need your apology. Just go as far as you can. Once the palace master and the others arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to," Su Lang said impatiently. Naturally, Su Lang was happy that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was opposing the Heavenly Pool Palace, he could not help but feel worried for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would leave as soon as possible. At the very least, Duan Lingtian should not return until he was strong enough to not fear the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Almost at the same time as Su Lang's voice fell, "Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh," accompanied by the swift sound of wind, 6 figures quickly converged from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside Su Lang's cultivation area and descended from the sky. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Duan Lingtian hurriedly turned around to greet them when he saw them. The 6 people who had arrived were Duan Lingtian's 3 senior sisters and 3 senior brothers. The 6 of them were led by Su Yasi. His 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and his 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, followed closely behind. They winked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious they did not hate Duan Lingtian for what he had done to Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji, the 2nd senior brother, still had a cold expression on his face. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he nodded at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Wen Wan, his 4th senior sister, and his 5th senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, smiled at Duan Lingtian as well. However, Su Yasi, the eldest senior sister, looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility. "Our little junior brother still remembers to come back?" Su Yasi looked at Duan Lingtian and clicked her tongue as she teased. "I'm sorry, eldest senior sister." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he apologized. Although Su Yasi had been rude to him when he was escaping from the Heavenly Pool Palace, the truth was she had been thinking of ways to help him escape. He was indebted to this eldest senior sister. He also knew how much pressure this eldest senior sister would have to bear for doing that. "You can't have forgotten what I told you back then, right?" Su Yasi said to Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on her face. "Back then, I told you that if I see you again, I'll personally capture you and bring you back to the Thousand Chains prison. Are you taking my words for granted? I'll give you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight and leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, I'll immediately capture you and bring you back to the Thousand Chains prison." Su Yasi said to Duan Lingtian with hostility in her eyes. As soon as Su Yasi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters' voices resonated in his ears in a timely manner. "Little junior brother, hurry up and leave. Once the palace master and the others arrive, you won't be able to leave. Little junior brother, let's go. Don't blame first senior sister. She has good intentions. She wants you to leave safely. Little junior brother, if you want to see us, just send us a message. We'll leave the Heavenly Pool Palace to see you. There's no need for you to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace and risk your life." Upon hearing these voice transmissions, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Duan Lingtian was about to say that since he dared to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not worried the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would come looking for him. Duan Lingtian. A deafening voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian could not help but turn to look at his senior brothers and sisters. Lei Ying? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. Scram. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yasi stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Su Yasi, he won't be able to leave today. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor who had spoken first, and Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, appeared as well. Apart from that, a few other titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace also appeared. However, Yang Xiaotian, the Howling Heaven celestial emperor, was not present. Previously, after Ji Yunyan, the patriarch of the Dragon's clan, left, Yang Xiaotian only stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a short while before he left for the Five Emperors' Heaven. His direct disciple, Sun Xing, was also brought away by him. Duan Lingnan, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Since you're here today, you'll stay here forever. Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingnan. Although the other titled celestial emperors did not say anything, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Although it was only because Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the Dragon clan, had interfered, they were still ashamed of the fact that the titled celestial emperors had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, they did not dare to resent Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the Dragon's clan. For this reason, they could only vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace, how could they let go of this opportunity to vent their anger? Everyone's here. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as he looked at Yu Fengyu and the others. Apart from Yang Xiaotian, the Howling Heaven celestial emperor, all the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were gathered here. Chapter 3382. Apart from Yu Fengyu, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, and the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, the rest of the titled celestial emperors from the Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian menacingly. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor, in particular, looked as though they wanted to devour Duan Lingtian alive. Sect Leader. Su Lang stepped forward and looked at Yu Fengyu as he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian came to the Heavenly Pool Palace today to see me, his former teacher. I won't interfere in the enmity between him and the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, since he's here to see me, I can't just stand by and watch you make a move against him. After he leaves this time, I don't care what you do. However, since he came back to see me today, no matter if it's fake or not, I won't watch you make a move on him. Su Lang's eyes were sharp as he stepped forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Su Lang's actions. His teacher was willing to protect him in the face of a group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace? Su Lang knew his teacher was powerless to protect him, and yet his teacher had stepped forward to protect him. Moreover, his teacher was facing the strongest people in the Heavenly Pool Palace and titled celestial emperors who were on par with him. Su Lang. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, glared at Su Lang and said in a deep voice, not only did Duan Lingtian kill my son, but he also released the prisoners in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison, including the titled celestial emperors. Do you still want to protect him at a time like this? Lei Ying sneered when she finished speaking. She knew Su Lang's actions were futile. After all, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would never allow Duan Lingtian to leave. Su Lang. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor looked at Su Lang coldly and said with a sneer, you seem to have a close relationship with him. However, he won't be able to escape death today. If you want to interfere, I don't mind sparring with you to see if you've improved over the years. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's tone was filled with contempt and disdain. Su Lang, you'd better mind your own business. Su Lang, don't make a mistake. The Martial Dragon Immortal Emperor and the Smoke Wave Immortal Emperor warned Su Lang too. Su Yasi. At the same time, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at Su Yasi who was standing in the distance and said, "Persuade your father." Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, the group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to Su Yasi. After all, Su Yasi's strength was on par with Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In the Devata realms, the strong were revered. For her to possess such strength at such a young age, given enough time, she would definitely grow even stronger. At the very least, she would surpass the strongest person present, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Before Su Yasi could respond to Yu Fengyu, Lu Ji and the others who were standing behind Su Lang stepped forward and stood in a row to protect Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Even Elder Hua, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, had a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Su Lang and the others, even though this was his first time meeting them. "Eldest senior sister, you're the only one left." At this moment, Humei turned around and winked at Su Yasi. Su Yasi smiled faintly before she stepped forward and stood in a row to protect Duan Lingtian. She was responding to Yu Fengyu and the others with her actions. Naturally, she would not stand idly by. "This is too much," Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, said with an unsightly expression on her face as her body trembled in anger. "Palace Master, in my opinion, Su Lang and Su Yasi are ingrates. Since they want to protect Duan Lingtian, let's annihilate them. Moreover, we have to eliminate them completely." Lei Ying's words were venomous. "Su Yasi, with your innate talent, you're destined to go far in the future. Are you really going to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace for a traitor?" The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor looked at Su Yasi with a hint of dread in his eyes. He was not afraid of Su Lang, Su Yasi's father. However, Su Yasi's strength had already surpassed his many years ago. Now, she had definitely left him far behind. If they were to fight one-on-one, Su Yasi would definitely be able to easily defeat him. Su Yasi. At the same time, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, who had remained silent all this while, spoke up one after another. They were Su Yasi's seniors, and they had watched her grow up. Although they were amazed by her current achievements, they were also looking forward to seeing how far she would go in the future. After all, they did not want her to go astray. "I don't care if he's a traitor or not." Su Yasi looked at the group of titled celestial emperors with an indifferent expression on her face as she said, "All I know is that he's my junior brother. He only returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace to apologize to all of us. No matter who dares to lay a finger on my junior brother, they'll have to go through the chain in my hand first." When Su Yasi's voice fell, a grayish energy appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a chain that was several meters long. The chain looked thick and heavy, but in Su Yasi's hand, it seemed to be weightless. "Su Yasi." Yu Fengyu finally spoke up. As the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was time for him to set a good example. "You're so talented that I even plan to pass the position of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to you. As long as you don't protect Duan Lingtian today, I promise I'll pass the position of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to you after 10,000 years. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, not only were Duan Lingtian, Su Lang and the others stunned, but even the titled celestial emperors around Yu Fengyu were shocked as well. None of them had expected Yu Fengyu to make such a promise to Su Yasi. "You have to think carefully." Yu Fengyu continued to say, "One wrong step and you'll be doomed. You have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need for you to die here. I know you might not be interested in the position of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, as long as you work hard, you might even be able to become a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm in the future." Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he thought highly of Su Yasi. "Palace Master, please let him go this time," Su Yasi said. Clearly, she was not swayed by Yu Fengyu's words. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned complicated. After all, he had never interacted with his eldest senior sister before, and yet she was willing to go to such lengths for him. Hua Lao, should we reveal our identities? Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao through voice transmission. I think it's about time. There's no need for them to waste their time here. While Duan Lingtian was waiting for Hua Lao's reply, Yu Fengyu's expression darkened. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was furious. Su Yasi, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us for being ruthless. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the celestial origin energies of the titled celestial emperors around him surged out of their bodies like balls of flames. Today, the Heavenly Pool Palace will wipe out Su Lang's faction. Yu Fengyu ordered coldly. Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the titled celestial emperors around Yu Fengyu unleashed their celestial origin energy that had been boosted with profundities from the law of heaven. Then, they spread out and surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others, glaring at Duan Lingtian and the others. As soon as Yu Fengyu gave the order, they would make their move at lightning speed. Hua Lao, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Hua Lao. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like gray flames. Faint spatial tears could be seen in his celestial origin energy. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven isn't here, they're not qualified to ask for our names. After replying to Duan Lingtian, Elder Hua leaped up into the air. His fiery red robe fluttered in the wind as flames ignited on his body. He emitted a scorching aura as though a scorching sun was blooming. Hua Lao's power, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He discovered that Hua Lao's aura was terrifyingly hot when he used his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire. Could it be that Hua Lao's true form is the three-legged golden crow? The three-legged golden crow possessed the power of the sun. When they were in the mundane realm, Hua Lao had passed on the power of the sun to Duan Lingtian. However, the power of the sun was weak and could not be compared to Hua Lao's true form. Are you trying to kill my young master? Hua Lao said as he looked at the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying. Without waiting for Lei Ying to regain her senses, he waved his hand. In the next moment, boom, boom, boom. As Elder Hua raised his hand, a 7-storied pagoda flew out of his hand. It emitted a blazing light in the air and immediately flew towards Lei Ying. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Lei Ying's head. Die! Elder Hua shouted coldly in front of the crowd. In the next moment, the flames around the 7-story pagoda surged. Then, as Hua Lao pressed his hand down, the pagoda fell like a gigantic mountain. The flames around the pagoda seemed mysterious. Lei Ying instinctively took out her celestial artifact to defend herself against the 7-story pagoda. However, her attack had only just reached the air when it was directly crushed by the 7-story pagoda. The entire process seemed to be effortless. Boom! When the crowd regained their senses after witnessing the 7-story pagoda's power, a loud noise rang in the air. It was the sound of the pagoda destroying Lei Ying's attack. Be careful! The group of titled celestial emperors, led by Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, cried out in alarm when they saw this. It did not cross anyone's mind that the old man who had been following behind Duan Lingtian like a follower would possess the strength to directly crush Lei Ying. Chapter 3383. Lei Ying. The profound heaven celestial emperor was, without a doubt, the closest person to Lei Ying. He was the only titled celestial emperor present who had the chance to help Lei Ying. The profound heaven celestial emperor made his move. A dazzling sword ray rose into the air before it merged with his body and shot toward the 7-story pagoda. Boom! Alas, as soon as Yu Fengyu and the others made their moves, the 7-story pagoda fell again. The profound heaven celestial emperor's full-powered attack collided with the pagoda. Bang! Following an earth-shattering boom, Yu Fengyu and the others saw a scene that shocked them to the core. As the pagoda descended, the profound heaven celestial emperor, who had fused with his sword, was instantly crushed. It was as if his strength couldn't withstand a single blow from the pagoda. That was not all. Swoosh! Even the profound heaven celestial emperor was crushed by the 7-story pagoda's power. Like a watermelon that had fallen into the water from a height of 10,000 meters, his blood splattered everywhere. Even his clothes and hair were gone. Only his Sumeru ring and his immortal sword were left, which had been ejected. The profound heaven celestial emperor, one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, had died just like that. Among all the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, only Yu Fengyu was stronger than the profound heaven celestial emperor. Even the strongest titled celestial emperor, the cold gloom celestial emperor, was only on par with the profound heaven celestial emperor. Moreover, the cold gloom celestial emperor specialized in sneak attacks. If they fought head-on, even the cold gloom celestial emperor might not be a match for the profound heaven celestial emperor. Naturally, Yu Fengyu was the only titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace who was stronger than the profound heaven celestial emperor. Those who were not titled celestial emperors, such as Su Yixi, were also stronger than the profound heaven celestial emperor. Boom! Lei Ying stared blankly at the scene of profound heaven immortal emperor being killed. She didn't expect the old man in the red robe to be so powerful. She was not a match for him at all. Sect Master, save me. When Lei Ying regained her senses, she knew only Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, would be able to save her from the red-clad old man's clutches. Stop! Since the profound heaven celestial emperor had sacrificed his life to fend off the pagoda's attacks, Lei Ying had managed to survive a little longer. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, was able to save Lei Ying in time. As for the others, even Yu Han celestial emperor, they stopped moving. When they looked at the red-robed old man again, there was only fear in their eyes. This red-robed old man could easily kill the profound heaven immortal emperor. What was the point of them going up? Perhaps if they went up together, they would still have a chance. However, the death of the profound heaven celestial emperor was too shocking for them. No one was willing to be the first to step forward for fear of following in his footsteps. Whoosh! After all, Yu Fengyu was the strongest person in the heavenly pool palace. Perhaps Su Yixi's strength was on par with him, but his strength was undeniable. However, just as Yu Fengyu was about to make a move, a sword suddenly flew out from the second floor of the pagoda. The sword carried an extremely sharp aura, and it flew towards Yu Fengyu like a hidden weapon. It's the Jasper Celestial Sword. After so many years, Duan Ling Tian finally saw the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although these 2 items were not as good as his 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, he could not help but feel excited. The scenes of the past in the mundane realms and the Saint Province realm also flashed through his mind. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had accompanied him for a long time in the mundane realm. As the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Hua Lao was like an elder to him. Back then, when he thought Hua Lao had died, he was filled with grief. How could Duan Lingtian not feel excited when he saw the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword again? Sush! No one had expected the Jasper Celestial Sword to appear. Even Duan Lingtian, who was familiar with the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, did not expect the Jasper Celestial Sword to fly out of the pagoda at this moment. Damn it! Although the sudden appearance of the Jasper Celestial Sword did not pose much of a threat to Yu Fengyu, he had no choice but to stop trying to save Lei Ying. Otherwise, even if the sudden appearance of the sword did not kill him, it would have severely injured him. As the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, he was the strongest among the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. If he was severely injured, the battle would be in his favor. Under normal circumstances, he would have considered saving Lei Ying's life at the cost of being severely injured. However, at this moment, there was no need for him to consider it. No! As Lei Ying's mournful and unwilling screams rang out, the pagoda continued to descend, enveloping Lei Ying. Bang! In the next moment, Lei Ying followed in the footsteps of the profound heaven celestial emperor and died. The entire place fell silent. In just a blink of an eye, 2 titled celestial emperors had been killed. Moreover, the two titled celestial emperors were quite strong. Who was this red-clad old man? Who are you? Yu Fengyu asked with a grim expression on his face as he looked at the red-clad old man. At this moment, the old man raised his hand and the 7-story pagoda flew back into his hand. It turned back into Ling Long and was casually held in his hand. You don't deserve to know who I am. Hua Lao glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently. Yu Fengyu's expression turned even more unsightly. However, he did not dare to act recklessly. Based on the red-clad old man's strength, he knew he was no match for the red-clad old man. Even if he made a move, he would only embarrass himself. Even if Su Lang and his daughter did not make a move, the remaining titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace might not be able to defeat the red-clad old man, let alone Su Lang and his daughter. Don't you think your words are a little too harsh? Yu Fengyu said in a deep voice, Do you know that my grandfather is the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? Hua Lao looked at Yu Fengyu and chuckled. If I didn't know your grandfather is the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think you'd be able to survive? Do you think I can't kill you because I'm focused on that woman? As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Yu Fengyu's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the red-clad old man to know his grandfather was the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. However, since Yu Fengyu knew Yu Fengyu's grandfather, why would he still help Duan Lingtian? Did he not know Duan Lingtian had not only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he had also offended Yu Fengyu's grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? However, when Yu Fengyu recalled he had already sent a message to his grandfather, and his grandfather had said he would come over immediately, he felt much more at ease. I'd like to see if this old man still dares to act so arrogantly when grandfather arrives. Although the red-clad old man was strong, he was still far from being a match for Yu Fengyu's grandfather. Little junior brother, who's this person? I thought he was just a servant when he followed you around like a lackey. I didn't expect him to be so strong. It's obvious he's stronger than our palace master. Now, our palace master doesn't even dare to make a move. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, sent a voice transmission to him through voice transmission. After a while, a few voice transmissions entered his ears one after another. It was none other than his other senior brothers and senior sisters who were asking him who Elder Hua was. Among them, Hu Mei even said she thought she was doomed today. She did not expect Duan Lingtian, her little junior brother, to have such a trump card. At this moment, even Su Lang and Su Yasi were shocked when they looked at Hua Lao. Sir, my grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, will be here soon. Yu Fengyu looked at Hua Lao and said in a deep voice, I advise you to stay and give him an explanation. If you leave, you'll offend my grandfather. Are you really going to make an enemy out of my grandfather for a brat? I forgot to tell you that Duan Lingtian has not only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he has also offended the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, my grandfather. He released one of my grandfather's prisoners in the Heavenly Pool Palace's prison. My grandfather was so furious that he even said he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands. Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he wanted to use his grandfather to pressure Hua Lao so Hua Lao would retreat. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, Su Lang and Su Yasi's expressions changed slightly. Then, they sent voice transmissions to urge Duan Lingtian to leave. Otherwise, once the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrived, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. This was the best time for him to leave. Teacher, it's all right. Eldest senior sister, it's good that the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is here. This matter has to be resolved. Once it's resolved, it won't be a problem for both of you. Duan Lingtian sent voice transmissions to Su Lang and Su Yasi respectively. He was not in a hurry to leave today. If he left now, he would definitely cause trouble for Su Lang, Su Yasi, and his other senior brothers and senior sisters. This was not something he wanted to see. Su Lang grew anxious upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply. However, no matter how Su Lang tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian showed no signs of leaving. He only told Su Lang not to worry. On the other hand, Su Yixi looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. She felt her little junior brother was unfathomable. Based on the current situation, he seemed to be very confident. Where did he get his confidence from? His opponent was the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, not a nobody. Little junior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's other senior brothers and senior sisters were also sending voice transmissions to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave. Chapter 3384. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was called Shui Hongyu. Although his name sounded like a woman's, he was, in fact, a man. In the beginning, Shui Hongyu was just a sectless cultivator. Apart from his hard work, he had also relied on luck to reach where he was today. After all, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters to reach where he was today. Due to his limited innate talent and comprehension skills, it was extremely difficult for him to advance further. For this reason, Shui Hongyu often visited the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms to establish connections with the other heavenly emperors. With this, if anyone wanted to replace him as the new heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, they would not dare to act recklessly. Duan Lingtian is here again? Previously, when Shui Hongyu heard from his grandson that the titled celestial emperor he had imprisoned in the heavenly pool palace's thousand chains prison had been released, he was, naturally, furious. Although he had almost forgotten about Duan Lingtian, the fact that someone had released the person he had imprisoned was tantamount to provoking him. However, due to Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons, there was nothing he could do since his target had already left. If Ji Yunyan was only the great elder of the dragon tribe and had no other identity, even if Shui Hongyu didn't kill him, he definitely would have taught him a lesson. He wouldn't have let him leave after a few polite words. Apart from being the Grand Elder of the Dragons, Ji Yunyan was also a direct descendant of the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Since Ji Yunyan's direct descendant was much stronger than him, Shui Hongyu had gone to great lengths to befriend Ji Yunyan. It was not easy for him to befriend Ji Yunyan's direct descendant. Naturally, he would not offend Ji Yunyan over something like that. Due to his friendship with Ji Yunyan's direct descendant, Shui Hongyu knew how important Ji Yunyan was to Ji Yunyan. Previously, you had Ji Yunyan's help. Now that Ji Yunyan isn't here, I'd like to see who's going to save you. Previously, Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, had felt extremely wronged due to Ji Yunyan's presence. Now that he learned the Duan Lingtian had returned to the heavenly pool palace with someone who was stronger than his grandson, Shui Hongyu, he was furious. His first thought was to go and settle old scores with the other party. So what if the people you brought are strong? Don't tell me that you can contend against me? Although Shui Hongyu was the weakest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms, he was confident he could defeat titled celestial emperors. No matter how useless he was still a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. The heavenly emperors of Devata realms were usually at the top of the ranks of titled celestial emperors. They were ranked at the top of the ranks of titled celestial emperors. We're here. Soon after, the heavenly pool palace appeared in front of Shui Hongyu. This was the second time he had come to the heavenly pool palace in the past 1,000 years. The last time he came, it was also because of that guy named Duan Lingtian. It was the same this time. Inside the heavenly pool palace. Other than Su Yixi, everyone else felt that Duan Lingtian was too stubborn. If he didn't leave now, when the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor arrived, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, no matter how many times they tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian refused to listen to them. He only told them not to worry and that he would be fine. How could they not worry? In the end, they could only give up and stand at the side anxiously. He's here. At this moment, Hua Lao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, suddenly raised his head and muttered to himself, "He's here." In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Hua Lao. It was an old man dressed in a long silver robe. The old man had a medium build, and his silver robe was embroidered with gold. He had long hair that cascaded down his back like a waterfall. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s at most. However, at this moment, he had white hair and white brows, making him look like an immortal. Feng Yu greets grandfather. As soon as the silver-clad old man appeared, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, bowed and greeted him. The group of titled celestial emperors standing next to Yu Fengyu followed suit. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." At the same time, two figures appeared behind the silver-robed old man. They were an old man and an old woman. They stood respectfully behind the silver-robed old man as though they were his subordinates. They were none other than Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. They were the two strongest titled celestial emperors under the silver-robed old man. Both of them were stronger than Yu Fengyu. However, even if they joined forces, they were still no match for Shui Hongyu. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven? Shui Hongyu? Duan Lingtian turned to look at the silver-robed old man. He had learned from Hua Lao that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was Shui Hongyu. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." At this moment, even Su Lang bowed to Shui Hongyu with a solemn expression. His disciples followed suit and bowed as well. Su Yasi was the only one who remained motionless. "It's over. It's over. It's over for little junior brother." Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's sixth senior brother, said anxiously. A hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He could not figure out why little junior brother was so stubborn. Why didn't he leave when he had the chance to? Hong Fei was not the only one. Even Su Lang's disciples and Su Lang himself had a grim expression on their faces. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had arrived. After all, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was in control. Su Lang. Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, looked at Su Lang and said in a deep voice, "Fengyu has told me about you. Are you planning to betray the heavenly pool palace?" Shui Hongyu's eyes were filled with hostility as soon as he finished speaking. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I have no such intention." Su Lang hastily waved his hand and shook his head. "I just want to see my seventh disciple leave the heavenly pool palace." "Humph." Shui Hongyu snorted coldly, causing Su Lang's face to turn pale. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua who were standing nearby. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, he's Duan Lincoln." The smoky wave celestial emperor stepped forward and pointed at Duan Lingtian as he said to Shui Hongyu, "He's the one who released the prisoners in the heavenly pool palace's Thousand Chains prison and Pei Yuanji. Lord Heavenly Emperor." Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, stepped forward and said to Shui Hongyu, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, this is not the first time Duan Lingtian has released your prisoners and challenged your authority. Even this time, he still ordered others to kill two of our titled celestial emperors. The profound heaven celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor were killed by his men. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please punish this person and his men." Gu Changjiang bowed and pleaded with Shui Hongyu. "Grandfather, this person knows you're my grandfather, but he didn't show any mercy. He doesn't give you any face at all, grandfather." Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, stepped forward and added fuel to the fire. Initially, he did not have much confidence in dealing with the red-clad old man. However, now that his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, was here, he was filled with confidence. In his opinion, as long as his grandfather made a move, even 10 red-clad old men would die, let alone one. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." Su Lang's expression changed drastically. He stepped forward and bowed to Shui Hongyu as he said, "My disciple and the senior beside him didn't attack without reason. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter." Su Lang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter." Su Lang's disciples, except for Su Yasi, bowed and said to Shui Hongyu, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, please investigate this matter." In their opinion, Su Lang's death was inevitable. If the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was angered, their little junior brother would definitely die. At this moment, they no longer wondered why their little junior brother did not leave and insisted on waiting for the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven to arrive. They only hoped that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would show mercy and not kill their little junior brother. "Lord Shui Hongyu, we meet again." Everyone's attention was focused on Shui Hongyu when Hua Lao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, spoke. Hua Lao looked at Shui Hongyu indifferently. Although he addressed Shui Hongyu as Lord, his tone was not respectful at all. HM? Yu Fengyu and the others were shocked when they heard Hua Lao's words. They did not expect the red-clad old man to know the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Yu Fengyu, in particular, had a bad feeling about this. Why Hua Lao? The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, who was also paying attention to Hua Lao, finally regained his senses when he heard Hua Lao's words. I didn't expect Lord Shui Hongyu to remember me. I'm flattered. Hua Lao smiled faintly. Ha! Shui Hongyu laughed heartily. He looked at Hua Lao as though he was looking at an old friend. Hua Lao, don't say that. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that I didn't make a fool of myself last time. It's all in the past. Hua Lao shook his head. Grandfather, why you know him? Yu Fengyu asked Shui Hongyu with a trembling voice. The other titled celestial emperors standing next to Yu Fengyu, including the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor, were also looking at Shui Hongyu. Even Su Yixi, let alone Su Lang and his 5 disciples, were looking at Yu Fengyu curiously. When Su Lang and his 5 other disciples saw Shui Hongyu greet the red-robed old man warmly, their eyes fell on Shui Hongyu. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief when they recalled Duan Lingtian's confidence. Based on the current situation, it was clear that Shui Hongyu was not an ordinary person. Moreover, it was clear that Shui Hongyu and Hua Lao were close friends. In the Hall of Literature. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.